officially open the council meeting at 9:07 a.m. Thank councillors for their attendance. I'd also like to welcome the gallery and for our first in this term meeting in Gilbar. It's exciting to be here and we look forward to having lunch with the community. And it's great to see everyone coming down. Okay, we'll move on. Confirmation of the ordinary minutes on the 25th of November 2020. Have someone move on that. Councillor Murphy.
I move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 25th of November 2020 be confirmed.
We have a seconder. Did you have something?
Just a question, Mayor Golder. Councillor Beckett, you did raise something previously that there was a chop of names.
Was that before this?
I just checked with Cal, she's going to fix it, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it was just, remember the one I said about?
Swap and cancel.
I think that's in that last one.
Yes.
It's that. Yeah, that's in that last one.
Update.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Councillor Guthrie, you happy to second that? Any opposition? Go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Any other minutes before we move on? What other minutes have we got there?
The special meeting, the 2nd of December.
Okay. They're not in here, are they?
There was an email that came through.
Has anyone got a copy of those?
I was here before.
Yeah, fine. Let's have a quick look. I mean, it's a very short meeting.
Very short. The change in the number of views.
Oh,
And started
Okay, we have someone to move on those minutes. Councillor O'Neill. We have a seconder. Councillor Taylor. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on, declarations of conflict of interest. We have to move that every time. We don't, we don't have it. Righto, if there's nothing else, we'll move on to the agenda. Page 52. Roma Sayars, bull sales. We have a mover. Councillor McDonald.
Mr Mayor, I'll move it. Council from 1st of January 2021, 1. Allow the advanced bull sales and Roma Pole Hereford bull sales pre-existing to be scheduled and or conducted on a Monday if a booking request is received from their respective agent, and 2. Any new requests for bull and stud stock sales are not approved to be scheduled or conducted on a Monday prior to a Tuesday store sale.
Okay. So that's as per the recommendation. And we've got a second that Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 58. Item 11.2, request for reduced trading terms. We have a mover, Councillor Guthrie.
I move that council approve the request for a reduction in trading terms from 28 days to 14 days for any invoices submitted by creditor 15465.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 12.1, Surat Water Strategy Consultation. I'd like to move that council note the contents of the report.
I was about to say that
G'day, good morning, Graham, how are you going? Do you have anything to add about this one?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to move that note the contents of the report and adopt the 10-year water supply strategy for Surat with the removal of the need for water meters on the raw water delivered to Surat. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on. Page 95. Item 12.2, Roma Pool Community Action Group. Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to move the council extend an invitation to the Local Community Action Group to meet with councillors and relevant council officers in early 2021 to discuss their requests.
Okay, we have a seconder, Councillor O'Neill. Does any opposition to the motion? Does the member wish to speak to the motion?
I would definitely think we could hear their reports and see what they are talking about the pool and what they're going to do in the future, so it'd be nice to hear what something community support for staff. Yeah.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor O'Neill.
Only to add to what Councillor Taylor has said, that this is a clear indication that there are some very passionate individuals about the pool and its future, and we should welcome any opportunity to engage with all the people that have put themselves forward to be part of the Roma Community Action Group for the pool.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak?
I just have a question, Matt. Just wondering, because I can't quite remember, when our have your say, there's a have your say out at the moment regarding the entry to the pool and whether people would spend more money at the canteen. They don't have to pay to get into the pool. Just wondering when that might close, and if so, obviously the Roma Pool Community as an action group, they would be, their feedback on that would be pretty important, I would think. So I'm just wondering if we can hold the feedback open until we meet with them.
It's open until Friday, the 18th of December.
I know. But wouldn't we be just getting the results of that and then obviously talking to these stakeholders as well?
So as long as in part of that consultation would be that we would actually get their opinion on what they think. I think that would be important considering all the representation that a pool uses.
So, I mean, it's up to the council. What I'd see is that we'll get that channel of information from the website as well as what we get from these action group, so we get a board consultation. Obviously, council has to make a decision.
Yep.
Okay, so does anyone wish to speak to this motion or against all of this? Okay, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, page 103. .3 Request for participation in National Corrections Day 2021. We have a mover. Councillor Guthrie.
I'd like to move that Council 1 note the email from the Roma Community Corrections requesting council support for the National Corrections Day. 2, support the National Corrections Day by amending the variable street tree lighting in McDowell Street, Roma, to display blue only on the 15th of January 2021 and 3, distribute a media release to inform the community of the reason behind the blue colour change to the tree lighting.
We have a second for that motion. Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 110. Item 13.1, change representations about matter in development approval reference 2020/207-2. Do we have a mover? I'd like to move that council give a negotiated decision notice to Harley and Ellen Nixon, care of Dana Elizabeth Cook Town Planning, that states that council agrees to the following changes to the development approval reference 2020/207-2, deleting the following conditions. 18A.
Just want to, this is open, second reading.
Right. So what, just give the numbers, you think? The deletion numbers. 18A, B and C. Yep.
Yeah, that's listed.
A, B, 18C and 18D. And insert the following development conditions. Number 18.
As per the officer's recommendation.
As per the officer's recommendation, with the inclusion of a clause, and I'm happy to get some advice on this, about which limits the amount of crushes that can happen per year. So, for instance, relaxing the times of the crushes, so it can be cost effective. But for the residents that live around the area, the future residents that council will be dealing with in the future interest of the local government area, that limits the amount of requests so they can conduct their business competitively without having open slather that they may process crush for the whole year, which sounds like it's not their intention.
Mayor, generally the quarry site is dictated by the outlet you actually throw up to, so that's how big it can be. I understand you want to limit the number of times they can actually come back and about. That's the council anyway, some of the council say yes or no.
I know, I mean within the hours that we've allowed now, but for instance in the winter time, it might be daylight till 7 and they're allowed to brush off 6 o'clock, so before dark, before daylight I should say. So what I would like to put in the condition is a condition on the amount of times crushing. So instead of like we had before, which was the amount of hours that we could crush, the amount of conditions that could be 4 times a year, or whatever they would like to see the handle for what they need to do on this.
Yeah, so the post number is volume to bear, so it's obviously licensed by environmental science, up to 5,000 tonne, up to 100,000 tonne, and 100,000 tonne. So you can control by volume.
Robbie, can you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just say that,
No, Robbie project your voice. But
yeah, no, it's all right. Just say that with
It's better to use that, I think.
And we've also got to think of the recording on the.
Just saying, councillors, that with the quarries, definitely, it's actually they're licensed by up to volume, so less than 5,000 tonne, 5,000 tonne to 100,000 tonne, and then 100,000 tonne to 1 million tonne. So it's only how we grade the quarries, it's done in terms of volume. In terms of limiting of how often they can do a campaign crush, I haven't actually done a condition of that before, I give it some thought, but how you actually do that.
I move we lay this on the table till later in the meeting. All those in favour? All those against? 8 1 if I call for division. Okay, moving on. Page 180. Item 13.2, approval for disc golf relocation. Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move the council approve the relocation of 5 disc golf cages from Roma to Mitchell and allow an additional low-cost sport to be experienced by local youth, with the overall layout of the course in the Mitchell Memorial Park to be decided by council staff in consultation with the Mitchell Statesville staff and working with the Park Redevelopment Master Plan.
Okay, we have a second, Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 184, 13.3, Mitchell swimming pool upgrades.
I just have a question I'd like to move, but I just want to question whether I can add this into the motion. Just with regards to the quote, just have to clone that on here for a minute. It just seems a bit excessive, not knowing exactly where they're bringing the lines from, but I notice that's because of potentially underground pipe work. I put an S170 in on the 27th of the 10th to, so if this was located first, it might alleviate a little bit of cost if I know where it is. I haven't had a reply, but
It was referred as an agenda.
agenda, yeah. So can we? Is it better off laying this on the table after that one, or?
Because it's more to do with what we're going to do in the future.
Yeah, where if they're having trouble locating pipes, it might add to the price if they're going a different direction. If they don't know where the pipes are existing. Future pipe works for the wading pool might be under the ground. That's probably why they're hesitant of going in a certain direction. I'm not sure how they quoted where they're going to redevelop this line, but
So there's a report coming up, council, in the January meeting in terms of the waiting pool.
yeah.
That's going to be the January one. You might want to do maybe item 2 then.
Part of me wants to see the taps in now or yesterday. But yeah, the price mightn't be that much when they do it, but it just seems a bit excessive. But anyway.
Before we move this, I've just got a question. So this, the councillor's comments in this report came from S170.
Yeah, so Councillor Burkett asked about what are the plans going forward for the Mitchell pool, which is not really, it's that going forward. So it's more seeking council's views about what the new term of council wants to do by way of development. So I referred it to the agenda request avenue, so that the matter could be brought to council and council, the new term of council collectively decide what we want to do about it.
Just so I'm pretty sure, and this was one of the reasons I wanted to find out, I think there was pipe work put in the original instance on the big pool for future development to save excavating the wall later on, but that's just what I want to know, if it's there ready to go for the wading pool. That was for that big pool.
So Councillor Burkett, I'm wondering whether we shouldn't have something in the motion to ask former employees or something. Does anyone know where those pipes are?
Well, it should be on the plans.
We've got that, so that's in the January.
It's in the January one.
So that is.
That's the only reason I was asking that. I'll tie and get what I said.
Can we just perhaps because the intention is with an agenda report is to clarify what the council wants to include in the report, not to actually bring the report. So it would be far better if it was the council resolved that a report be prepared for the January meeting and it will be dealt with together.
include all this?
Yes,
Because I've got another little thing to add to it.
Yes, so just add whatever you want to be in the report, we can include that.
Councillor O'Neill.
Just a question in terms of process, and I think that's where the mayor was going.
Template, yeah.
On page 185, it says an internal email has been received from Councillor Burke. Internal email to who?
Sorry, it came in via the section 178.
78.
I referred it to the agenda request report, it's come in on the wrong template. So it should have been a request for an agenda report.
Some of it was CR stuff and some of it was request for information. So some of the stuff that's come today is normally CR installation of taps and stuff. The bigger broader stuff about the future of the pool.
The future
That was
development.
a separate
Yeah,
email.
that's a separate report that's going on. But there's some of it that's like CR stuff and taps.
Two separate emails.
Mr. Mayor, that email that's here does look like a CR, and I imagine Councillor Burke intended it to be lodged as a CR, then it probably shouldn't be in the report, because the general punter out there will read this, and it looks like Councillor Burke is directing what's happening, and I know that's not your intention, Councillor Burke, clearly, but it looks like that in the report.
I think there's probably been two reports that need to be separated.
Separated, yeah.
One is just a normal CR, the one I was referring to as the 178.
So the taps is a CR.
Yeah.
And the, yeah.
And we'll bring the S171 is the one that's looking back.
In January.
That's a separate one.
But to the point, Councillor O'Neill, when the CEO said that, that she directed it through the process now, obviously the CEO is not being directed, she's doing that, so I think, obviously could be maybe done better next time, but I was just clarifying, what was in here, so.
So do you want, so we should just, the next one on ad, number 2, we just add that to the January report.
It would be similar to the one we did last fortnight when Councillor Burke had asked for a report to be brought back on the Mitchell waiting pool.
That's the one that says 170. I put S1.
So that was at the last meeting, that was about the waiting pool. And so wouldn't this today just be a request for a report to be brought back on the further development of the Mitchell, or the master, is there a master plan in Mitchell?
Well, that's what the CA said, because that's what I've asked for. And these two, or this one and the one I want to add to it, could go into that report. That's what you're saying.
We wrap them all up together
January.
into that agenda report.
Yeah, so what would the recommendation then be?
Well, just before we do that, Councillor Burke, you say you had something else to add?
Oh, it just, in regards to, and it's in this body, this report, a bit about looking, reinvigorating or redeveloping the dressing room, because this was a bit frustrating. When they redeveloped the pool, the dressing room just got a once-over, and the thing I wanted to add was they removed the change room cubicles so mothers, parents, teachers, it's a bit awkward, or teenage girls when they want to go and dress in the swimming pool, they can't, they've got to go into the actual toilet cubicle. There's been a lot of concerns over that, so I was just going to ask if we could look at retrofitting 2 cubicles in each dressing room, similar to the Roma pool, just so those parents or those teenagers have a bit of privacy when they want to get dressed, teachers and that. So if I just say, Madam CEO, so we discount the first one because that's a CR, and then I just ask to be added to the January.
The upcoming agenda item.
I'd like to move that this be added to the upcoming agenda item in January. Present Council the business outline case for installation of a dry shade structure and upgrades to pool amenities in 2021-22 capital works budget deliberations. I suppose the pool amenities would cover that cubicle.
So basically the report will come back in January, it'll be showing where the pipe work is, how it was designed, so for waiting for the later date. Once you actually see that, what your options are, your recommendation at that point will probably be that costing to be prepared on X, Y, Z for the upcoming budget.
So leave that till
leave it till the end. In terms of that.
And just confirm, Councillor Burke, it is in there, so it's well progressed.
comments.
Okay.
You know, I saw the claim, she's done a lot of work into it, she's spoken to the partners. But in terms of that first tax thing, Julie, there's about $3,000 proposal on there, I don't have a resolution for that, just happy for me to do that. Maintenance.
Right, we have a motion that's been moved. We have a seconder. Councillor McMullen, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
Just, yes, Mr Mayor, just think it's, I applaud the council, the current council for going into public consultation with the Roma pool. I think it's a great thing, and I think this lacked in this situation many years ago, hence why we're adding as we go. So I think anything that can help in the future development areas is great.
Right, anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 16.1, proposed parks to honour Queensland Rugby League captains. I move that a report be prepared for upcoming council meeting.
I have a question.
Sure, please go ahead.
In summary, it says that the elected members have received correspondence with a proposal for council to consider the possibility of Rome having a park dedicated to Queensland Government's Rugby League. I haven't received correspondence.
There was an email that came through to everybody.
Also, through Mr Mayor, I received a written letter and photos and things. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he said he was not to know to go to the report. No, not a report. I asked for a briefing if you want to come to it.
I didn't receive it.
No.
Can you say, Councillor Guthrie, you received a
We received communication from.
I might still have that to come. I may have made a mistake, but I
Sure, we received it.
I've
I've read something somewhere.
Okay.
yeah, everyone got an email.
I haven't.
No, I haven't either.
I know.
It was a fair while back.
It's a long time ago, I've read it.
Councillor Guthrie, you got it as well, did you?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor, did it come to just myself or yourself or something?
I
Did it go to
But I got he asked me again about it, and I asked for hard copy. I thought I'd put it in, but maybe I haven't.
I sent a hard copy.
I've read something somewhere.
He sent me.
Mayor, I'd like to move that this matter lays on the table to later in the meeting for that correspondence to be circulated to the rest
Probably
of the
haven't got
council.
it. I'm sure I got it with me.
But Councillor Guthrie says she's got one, so maybe she could send it.
Oh, you got the latest.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, item L1. Community, what should we do?
Mr Mayor, there's a change in order. We received one, it's got a different number. So,
It was on the back of the lake.
Maybe we just do,
It came on the
close-
back.
we'll do confidential first, we've all been through these.
It's L18. No, L18.
Yeah, so it's on, it's 18 actually.
L18.
It's L18.
Oh, we just, the CEO was just finding something up and we just pause for a moment. Yeah, I thought we all would have read that because we had. Yeah. Sure, we might just adjourn for a minute. Okay, we're on to the closed agenda. C1, state government surplus properties, Maranoa Region. Do we have a mover? No. We'll just stick with the closed agenda, which we've had for a week or so. We'll come back to that other one. Okay, we have a mover, Councillor Hancock.
The council note the government land register for the period 9 November 2020 to 16 November 2020.
Okay, we have a seconder. Councillor Black. Ladbroke. Any opposition? All those in favour? 9-0. C2, Muckadilla water supply, fire flow capacity. Councillor McMahon.
I'd like to ask a couple of questions first, Mr Mayor, please. Yes, through you, Mr Mayor, I'd just like to ask Manager Graham, the 50 mil diameter pipe, it's not very far, is it, from the pump to the main? It's very short.
There's, the pumper goes in a number of different directions, so it goes to the west and then down to the highway, and it also goes towards the east as well. And there's quite a bit of 50 mil main going the direction. So we feel that if we did replace that, it should make a difference.
But the map, nearly all of that's 100 mil, isn't it, from the corner, from the pump area, nearly all 100 mil.
Once you get beyond the council property, it's all 100 mil, but there's a lot of 50 mil within the council property just from the pumps.
Just, yeah, that's what I'm getting at, just within that confined space between the pumping facility and the old mine.
We're not talking about a lot of pumps.
No, that's what I'm trying to get at. So, my question is, it obviously wouldn't be a very big expense. Does it have to wait for budget or? Next year's budget, I should have said, sorry, yeah.
We can look towards the end of the financial year where we could potentially do it within our current budget.
Maybe we could just, council say if it's further to this report, we're asking to report back on what difference the pipe made, or maybe it's just if we can go away and cost up what that cost is for that replacement of that 50 mil to 100, and we can probably bring that back to the January one.
That's fine. But my other question is when we get 100 mil right to the pumps, we've still only got 50 mil pump feeding. Now, with this, I think there's 3 pumps there, is that correct? But they're not all switched on at once, are
They, they'll come on as the pressure is required, so that will be working at the same time.
So they are switched on 24/7, the whole 3?
Yes, they come on as they're required.
Yeah, that's what I mean, that there was some talk around that they only had one switched on because there was far too much pressure for some of these mines.
No, they're all available.
They're all available. If a fire broke out tonight, they'd all kick in. Thank you.
Well, I've got a question. So, it's crucial we have enough water to the standard. Is there, because you'll be dealing with rural fires, they'll come obviously from road, not like a Mitchell, obviously not be the first responder. Is there any education or working together that we can do so that the local rural fires, if there is a fire, know what to do rather than they just respect whatever comes out of the mains? Is there any other situation where we could talk to them?
Mr Mayor, I can answer that. Yeah. Earlier on, not earlier in the last term, but after the fire was raised through council, and there's been a hydrant put in on the southern side of the boundary that actually just anyone can hook, not anyone, but all fireys can hook into it, and they suck straight out of the tanks. So if the power's out, no power, if there's a power failure, at the moment those mains don't get energised because, pressurised, sorry, but there is now a fire hydrant outside of the fence that if they plug into that, whether it be for no power or whatever reason, it's sucking straight out of the tanks. That's correct?
That is right, and we've been working with rural fires for the last 6 months, I guess. But that was supplying a lot of couplings there too, that's compatible with our rural.
Oh, in the other areas as well, that's correct.
Our rural land water facility. So we're with Gertz for probably 12 months. With Gertz, already left, they supplied us with coupling, but we actually installed them on our water facilities as well. So
a lot of the stock route facilities now have the required coupling for the rural fires, so if they've got a fire there, wherever it may be, they can go to the nearest without having to throw hoses in the top and potentially risk of ripping lines and all that.
So that stop routes on close to town, that's got equipment to come in as well.
So with that is one of the ones that I've installed and yet they've done majority of them there, probably September, I think we reckon did most of them there, that is one of them. The other one is the outside that's tanks there that stand like there, that one's been done.
Yeah, brought up at the progress meeting at time, wasn't it?
Which, at the camp, yeah, I think, well, I haven't checked, I know the Butcher's Hill's definitely been done, the one at Butcher's Hill.
So Councillor McMullen, so that means that rural fires connect straight into those tanks.
That's right. They've all, nearly everyone, they've got a proper standpipe, I believe, someone there's got it, so if it's the big fires, the red trucks, they can hook in, and it's got a 4-inch or 6-inch main, straight from the tanks, and they can get Hong Kong for their pumps and suck straight out of the tanks.
About 12 months ago.
Yeah.
I think I'm from the surveys got the standpoint.
Yeah, I think.
Right. So, do we have a mover on that one? You just have questions. Any other questions? Does anyone wish to move?
Oh, I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Council note the contents of this report. 2, the project we included in the budget deliberation for 2021 upgrade. In effect of 50 mil diameter pipe work to 100 mil diameter. And how would I word it?
Sorry.
Yeah, we're going to
I recommend maybe that point 2 is that a report be brought back for deliberations on the costings of the upgrade. We can bring that back. The costs are.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Thanks, Rob.
Okay, Councillor Burkett. Second that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, C3 Mitchell Network Connection Contract Renewal. Do we have a mover? I'll move that the council, pursuant to section 234 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, proceed with Ergon Energy Telecommunications Pty Ltd standing offer arrangement SOA order under the SOA number 1CTSS1705 and 2 delegate the Chief Executive Officer the authority to approve and sign the Ergon Energy Telecommunications Pty Ltd standing offer arrangement SOA order /ICT products and services. We have a seconder, Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item C4, legal advice for councillors.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to declare a conflict of interest. I, Councillor Jeff McMullen, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest as a result of C4. My relation is because I was the author of this report, and I'll be leaving this, dealing with this by leaving the room while the matter is discussed and voted upon.
Mr. Mayor, I actually have a question relating to this,
Which,
just before you leave, Jack, it's not, I know you do, but I think that I want to ask this question because it doesn't say what it's for, so there may be other people in the room who have conflicts as well. And I just wanted to...
Well, maybe to help that, I was made aware it might be to do with performance review. So I'm going to declare it conflict. How else do we educate? Please go ahead.
My question's for Councillor McMullen. The conflict just can't be because you authored a report.
Because everyone offers reports all the time.
That's not the conflict. Well, I assume.
I just decided to leave the meeting.
Well, it might be better that we withdraw it from the agenda then. Because it's actually Councillor Mullins' report.
But if he declares a conflict and leave, then it's the rest of the council to decide.
My concern is there's not enough information in the report to be able to.
Could we possibly resolve to go into close to discuss this?
So before we do that, if the mayor's about to declare an interest, he needs to do that prior to going to close.
Yeah, I'll do that, so then you can go and close. Decide that.
Yeah.
I, Councillor Tyson Gold, informed the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest as a result of complaints made against me to the Office of the Independent Assessor. And because of that, in relation to this report, I will be dealing with that declarable conflict of interest by leaving the meeting. As a result of my conflict of interest, I will now leave the meeting room while the matter is considered and voted on. Okay? So, we'll do that and then council can decide what to do.
So who?
The mayor's gone now.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, we have to move to close.
Clear the room for discussions.
So someone needs a chair
Yeah.
for the meeting now, that's what I'm concerned about. So I'll move that, that Councillor O'Neill will chair the meeting in absence of the mayor has conflict, the deputy mayor has conflict. I move that Councillor O'Neill will now chair the meeting.
So you need to second that, it needs to.
I'm just wondering.
So this has to happen before we go into close, because we have to say the reason we're going into close.
So that motion needs to be put.
Oh, so can I move the motion? So all those in favour of that motion? Someone has to chair the meeting. Sorry, I didn't count. 1, 2, 7, 0.
Right, so we're on item C4. Is someone going to move that we go into closed? Councillor Hancock?
In accordance with the provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, I move that Council resolve to close the meeting to the public to discuss the confidential item C4, legal advice for councillors. Councillors consider it necessary to close the meeting in accordance with section 254J5 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. The following table provides, but we are just doing the C4 legal advice for councillors.
Thanks, Councillor Hancock. Is there a seconder?
Do you want me to read why?
Yeah, we just need to complete the overview.
Sure. The agenda item tables a proposal for council to seek legal advice.
And a seconder, councillor Taylor. Anyone against? Would the mover like to speak? I'll put that all in favour. Against, that's carried. We're still on C4. Someone's going to Councillor Hancock.
I move that we lay this item on the table until further in the meeting.
I'll put that resolution all in favour. Against, that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you. I like how we're like stirring two bits. Just a little bit, just a little bit.
Okay, C5, sewerage connection in town area. We have a move of councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that council agree to extend the reticulated sewage network to service 3 and 5 Powell Street, Roma, and fund the works required to extend the sewer main from council's infrastructure contributions reserved for sewerage.
Seconder, councillor Ladbrokes. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item C6, heavy vehicle safety productivity program and bridges renewal program offer of funding. Councillor Edwards.
I'll move the council authorise the chief executive officer to apply for a tender exception, including provision of supporting documentation under the heavy vehicle safety and productivity program and bridges renewal program, time of signing and offer of funding for the relevant programs.
We have a seconder, councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
What are we doing?
Open void. Late void.
L1, community grants and non-financial assistance policy. Got a question for the officer. Good morning. Could you give me an overview on just what's changed compared to what we've been doing with this policy?
Yeah, very little changed. One of the major concern we had was the minor grants as they relate to non-profit organisations. Council has a policy that all non-profit organisations have automatic fee waivers on certain things under $500.
Not using that. Yeah, got it now.
No, it's not working.
Okay, so the previous policy had in the area of minor grants, so it had a policy where non-profit organisations had an automatic fee waiver under $500. That's not a problem. The issue with that was the delegated authority to grant that waiver. That has become commonplace across the organisation. People know, officers know that not-for-profits have an automatic waiver, so they just grant it. So what we've done is we've changed the delegated authority so the assessing officer can, with the approval of the manager, director or CEO in their absence, grant a fee waiver. No one officer can just do that in their own right. So that's basically the biggest change. The other thing, of course, is that the policy was a little bit hard to read, a bit bureaucratic, so we've structured this so that there's Q&A and it's very easy for the public to navigate through the documents. In that way, there's been no other change.
Right. Thank you. Any questions?
I do, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just in the ineligible criteria, we, at our last community grants, sorry, it wasn't last one, it was the time before, assessment panel, it was just raised there, in the ineligible, it says the core business of educational, religious and medical organisations. I'd actually like to move that we take out the religious because they don't have necessarily a funding body above them like Education Queensland does, and that just stops our local church groups who are community groups applying for the grant.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. This has been raised once before in the previous round of grants, where churches did want the church committee had wanted to build a new kitchen or put an extension on something for community use, and I think that's what you're related to there. We all know that churches do have money. We're not talking about the churches now, we're talking about the groups, the parishioners in the church who might have a church building association. And on that particular occasion, the policy was interpreted that way for the purposes of giving grants and awarding them. So Councillor Hancock is quite correct.
So the other question is, what about P&Cs? Because P&Cs,
They can apply.
they can get.
That's their outlet because they've got the P&C, so the schools can apply because they've got a P&C who can apply. Whereas it's, like the Anglican board, it's that community, that community grant, so.
Through you again, my colleague Neil has just made me aware that we have actually included church committees in the eligibility criteria. Page 7 of the Community Grants and Financial Assistance Policy, Section 4.
So, but then they're also included in the ineligible list as well. So I'm just wondering if that's.
Would you like to speak?
Sure. Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hancock, we did put into the ineligible ones is that the actual church itself cannot apply for the grant, but the church committee can. So it's a bit like schools. Schools cannot apply for the grant, but school PFCs can because they're a community group.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to raise, I think most of the churches are run by their group.
Yeah, that's right. They're not
They don't have a
committee.
separate body. As long as it doesn't.
Well, to Mr. Mayor, that is correct. However, in the case of the Roman Catholic Church in Roma, the diocese owns the building, and any assets of that church, if sold, diverts to Brisbane, to the diocese. So I don't know one policy for one and not another. But that's, there is some grey area in that area.
Through Mr. Mayor, but you use your discretion on that anyway.
The committee does. We're talking about a committee that now assesses these and approves them. So I think that the policy, I might ask the question, does it give you enough latitude? Councillor Hancock, since I think you raised this point in the last time it was raised, maybe a year ago I think it was, does it give you enough latitude?
Well, I'm a bit concerned, and through Mr. Mayor, I do take on board that the bigger churches might have more backing, but you know, in our Maranoa, what about the smaller churches that don't have the committee? The church is the church. And so I'd just be sad to see that, you know, that the ball couldn't happen, or a church fete couldn't happen, or, you know, or they couldn't apply for the grants. Not happen, but that they couldn't apply for the grants. So I'm just a bit concerned about, I guess my question would be then, by taking them out, the ineligible, what are we worried it would open us up to?
I guess these policies are always designed so that it favours those who otherwise wouldn't be able to fund something over those who can clearly fund their own extensions and things. It's like granting some money to a community organisation that's got $100,000 in the bank and doing nothing with it. Ratepayer funds, clearly they don't need the money. And we don't have we don't extend our powers to interrogate community organisations in that manner. This is just purely to make sure that it doesn't happen, and can happen. The way that we intend those grants to work through an assessment committee. So the policy says that a community, a church committee is eligible, but a church, like the Roman Catholic Church, for instance, I'll use another example, not a single amount, cannot.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my concern with that is that a church committee can, I understand that, but with some of these, with their grant funding, they have to prove their eligibility, they have to have financial statements, they have to, so the committee might not have that because the church has that. And so when you say about the financial capacity, that's part of our grant process, that's part of the assessment panel. We look at whether it doesn't matter who it is, we actually look at whether they can actually fund that themselves. And so that's actually a criteria on its own, not necessarily the, I just feel that that there is no committee, because we have to be able to provide evidence that there is a committee and have some financials to back that up. And so what happens to those groups that don't have that?
Councillor O'Neill?
I just wonder, to capture the sentiment, is it about identifying what activities or investment is ineligible relating to religious organisations? For example, if a church applied to add an extension to the church, is that eligible? But if a church group applies to run the annual Anglican debutante ball, that's eligible. So do we actually look at the specifics when it comes to this particular organisation about what is in and what's out? That might capture it better than a broad statement.
Councillor Hancock, but didn't in our community grants we give a grant for a kitchen for a church? So isn't it already working? Or is this a departure from that, or would this be the same?
No, that's specifically designed to support that last decision that was made to provide that kitchen to that church, because there was an argument about whether it should be eligible or not.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess in answer to Councillor O'Neill, that is actually what this says, that the core business of education or religious is ineligible. So the core business of the church would be ineligible. So maybe that's holding up Sunday service compared to upgrading our community kitchen that the community can use.
And then just for clarity, I'm a bit sketchy on the details of that particular grant. Was that when we funded the purchase of fridges?
Yeah.
It was? Yeah, okay.
But what I mean is, if the community group, and for instance, the balls are done by a religious group, and that's the debutante ball for anybody in the region that want to go to one. So, to me, I think the policy is fine the way it is, and it seems to be working. I understand what you're saying, but it sort of gets you to think both ways, whether, you know, is this or not. So, you know, I don't think, and I think if we change it, maybe the bridge might get through, if you know. So, like, to me, I think it leaves it up to the committee, but, you know, I think what the idea is, if it was going to head office, then you wouldn't want to be doing it. But if it's the local committee doing it, then you would. Any other comments or questions?
Say, Mr Mayor, through you, like, any of the local churches, since I've been on council, as director, manager, they owned by somewhere else, but it's the local group that pay the rates and that type of thing, so yeah.
Have we had anyone to move on this? I'm happy to move on L1, community grants and non-financial assistance policy. That's the following. I'd like to move the council adopt the community grants and non-financial assistance policy as presented, as it is. Do we have a seconder? Councillor, any opposition to this? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L2. Historic owners nouns, piano, housing in Mitchell on Maranoa Gallery and Library. Councillor Burke.
I'd like to move that Council 1 exceeds, if that's the correct. Councillor Guthrie?
Exceeds, correct.
Exceeds the wish of the Bringa Action Group to house a historic piano from Bonestown Station to Mitchell Library, and 2, Bringa Action Group to insure and maintain the instrument at no cost to Council.
We have a second, Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
I just think it's great to keep a bit of history, local history, and I'm glad that the found a home in the library. I know that the actual museum was going to be the spot, but I'm glad it looks great in the library.
Okay, Councillor Evans. Right. Anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L3. Development application for material change of use tourist park reference 2020/20118. Councillor Taylor.
I, Councillor Wendy Taylor, inform the meeting that I have declared the conflict of interest in this matter by section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. I, Councillor Wendy Taylor, inform the meeting that I have declared a conflict of interest in this matter as defined by section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I am the treasurer of the local Clay Target Club. As a result of my conflict, I will leave the room while the matter is discussed and voted.
Might just wait for Councillor O'Neill for a second. Never made a decision. Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor's left the room, conflict, and we're ready to see if we've got a mover on L3. We have a mover. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move, but I've just got a question, and I see Rob is not here.
Just also picked up a couple of submission items that have got people's names and addresses on them. I've already removed a couple from the agenda, but I noticed that there's one in this one as well.
No problem. Councillor O'Neill.
Through you. Thanks, Matt. Through you. Rob, just in relation to the that condition.
So Chris actually did circulate last night to me, he texted me a copy of that condition. We read it two ways, but basically says within 2 years of planting. So I suspect that at the end of the question, haven't been in the ground 2 years anyway, so they're probably going to be in the ground 12 months anyway. So landscaping must be provided along, this is probably the condition you talked about from the previous approval. Landscaping must be provided along the entire length of the approved stage 1 and stage 2, northern site boundary, and provide a density vegetated and visual screen in the minimum height of 3 metres. Should landscaping fail to establish to a dense height of 2 metres within 2 years of the commencement of the planting, not commencement of the use, commencement of when it was in the ground, then it affects. So I think some of those shrubbery was probably, some of those plantings are older than the others, but as I said, this condition will override any previous condition anyway. Yeah, the intent was that if they hadn't, on the end of bush hadn't reached the height in a certain period, they would have been required to build a fence. But they weren't planted at the same time as the other ones anyway, so they're probably still got a year or so to run anyway. But this condition will override any other.
And my follow-up question, if I can, just in relation to condition 27, which is the fence. It refers to approved plan number stage 3, the number stage 3 proposed site layout dated 2036 marked in red. I just can't find that in the report.
Yeah, I can ask her to circulate that site plan.
Well, I've looked through, I just can't see where the marking is for the red, that's all. Did anyone else find it?
Yeah, big there, a map around it.
What page?
31.
Yeah, that's not what's relating to condition 27 though.
There is more maps.
Yeah, there's maps there.
I just couldn't find one that had the red marked on it, that's all that's
40, page 44, it's no red mark.
So yeah, I can circulate the last table there, I can get it circulate, show where it is. What condition is that?
condition 27, which is the fence. I mean, it specifies
Yeah,
that it says.
page 52, there's maps with, I don't know if that's a fence or that's a marking. Oh, that's the expansion area.
Yeah, there's no maps, Mr Mayor, there's no maps of the actual fencing
No.
in red. There's a lot of maps, things with no fencing.
Want to lay it on the table?
So I will be laid on the table.
All those in favour? 8-0. Get Councillor Taylor back.
Okay, moving on to L4, material change of use, home-based business, personal training studio. Councillor Evans, you have a question?
Well, just wondering if the item, of support, does that need to be in the, there?
Does it need to be in
Does it need to be in the actual agenda? Because if it is in there, I'll very
Is it in there now? Or is it
yes.
It's in the report.
Page 138, so.
So the question is, could it be moved if council wishes? What page?
138.
138.
Yeah, sorry, councillors, this was the one that I picked up that shouldn't have names, addresses and signatures in it, so while we've been talking, I've removed that from the public agenda.
So that's not, that particular item gone.
That's page 138 and 137 actually has signatures on it, and names and addresses, so for privacy reasons, I think that removed.
Just a question on that, is the entire document removed, or is that particular part being redacted?
We don't have the facility to redact at the moment, so I've removed those 2 pages.
Pages gone.
Yeah, if we're in the chambers, I can do that, but we can't do it here.
So at this point in time, Madam CEO, they're not on the agenda.
They're not on the website.
Website.
Well, therefore, yeah, I'm not sure.
It really depends on whether council would want to consider that as part of its decision making. So I'm thinking it's probably better if councillor Evans, if you declare and go.
Or start.
Or stay, to stay.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know the exact relationship, so.
Yes, once again, tricky one. Is it possible just to defer this sort of later on in the meeting, for lunch, so I can see?
You can move that if you wish to.
Okay.
But
No, so.
through you, Mr. Mayor, if they're not on the agenda, how can we refer to them in the meeting?
Sorry, it's on the agenda, L4 is on the agenda.
No, but these 2 pages have been
Okay.
So disregard them.
Well, they're still a submission, and councillors have access to that information. It's just we don't have the ability to redact on them.
For transparency, what maybe you'd like to consider is doing a declarable conflict of interest and leaving it to for us to.
The item is still on the agenda, it's just the person's names and addresses and signatures have been removed.
But can't you, can't we extend that?
You can.
Can't deal with this, okay. I'd like to move that we, lay on the table, item for material change of use, maintain business, personal training,
All those in favour? 9-0.
This is another one, council, where it's been identified that there was a private name there, so not a business name. So that's also been removed and just put private. I don't think it changes the content of the report. Because
Okay, we L5, update of surplus vehicles by tender, 6 Prados. Councillor Guthrie.
I'd like to move that 1, council receive and note the information, and 2, that a report be brought to another council meeting in the new year with regard to the details of the auction being undertaken, the online auction being undertaken.
Which option?
The one that's mentioned in the report, the three of the Prados were actually listed on Slattery auctions.
It's not to do with that.
Big pardon?
Mr Mayor, when I wrote the report, it was a question I was going to ask, so through you, I noticed in the report that what happened was that the councillors' cars were sold by a tender, all of them sold by a tender. Some of the buyers that bought them by a tender turned around and they privately then listed those vehicles on auction themselves, which actually cost council, will be foregoing $28,750 in that process. So council didn't sell them by auction. The people who bought them by tender sold them by auction.
On sold them.
And
so could we still have that
just not.
No, it's nothing.
I'm just not finished.
Yeah, no, we'll just let Councillor Hancock finish.
So my question through you, Mr Mayor, was, and I think it was you, Councillor McMullen, that was really determined to sell these vehicles by a tender. Why did you want to sell them by a tender and not an auction? Because basically we've foregone the opportunity of $28,750 for the ratepayer.
The reason behind putting them out to open tender was so the people knew they were actually sold. Because when they go to open auction, like this stuff in, anything that goes to Slattery, we don't have to hear or anyone, nobody hears anything about that.
Well, I actually saw those vehicles on Slattery auction, so it is open to people to be able to see.
Yep. From a council point of view, we don't get any report, so the average punter in town would not have known where the council cars went to.
Councillor Burkett, once Councillor McMullen's finished.
Yeah. Can I ask why is it even in there? Too, it's easy as that in hindsight, but whichever way we went, because we're not to know beforehand who's got the deepest pockets, but I just don't know what's in the report. Then anyway, they're sold.
So just to clarify, CEO, all of the vehicles were sold by tender. Council sold them by tender.
Other than the ones that council resolved to keep them.
Yeah. It's the ones that we said to put them up to tender, they're all sold by tender. What someone did after that with them was up to them, it's nothing to do with us. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah. But I guess the point of the story, councillors, is that we've had experience about how to get the best price for vehicles, and this is an example of that advice is not made lightly. It is based on experience, and the particular decision in this case has reflected that experience, that it actually has cost council significant dollars by that decision, and we would hope that the next time the recommendation comes to dispose of vehicles a particular way, that council will be reminded of how much that particular decision did cost.
My only question, though, is how do we know that they were sold privately, like through the auction system? And like, is that a political thing, or is it why do we even know about that? How do we know about that? Because we've just sold them, so how do we know that they came back up in the auction system?
Because I think that some councils might have even seen the vehicles and thought that they were the council vehicles, but they weren't.
So, Mr Mayor, my question is, what happened to the other three? Have they been subsequently sold? Do we follow that up as well, likewise, or is this? Yeah, there were 3 other cars were sold through the tender process. Are they still not in the ownership of the 3 people who bought them? They've been sold. Do we know what they sold for? I'm just not quite sure why this would be relevant.
It's really, Mr Mayor, that's a good point. Black Toyota would be reselling them, so.
They're for sale ahead. You go and look.
They shouldn't be for sale yet. We haven't approved the sale yet.
No, sorry, it's done and dusted.
Well, I can tell you, one of the people that bought a vehicle, I've seen driving, so it's been approved.
And can I, sorry to use it, enforcement, it's going to be more for Black Toyota because that won't cost them anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I just think it's very inappropriate because it was PK trading, obviously, tell us who they are, we don't have to ask the question, but it was those 3 cars were singled out, and it'd be interesting, would council staff be asking back to our, how much they sold the cars for, unsold?
The other question I've got here is, so is there 10 to 200 or 250,000?
200,000.
So how do we do that? Do we need to do tenders or is that on the other side?
So we've already done the tenders and so it's a council resolution.
Oh yeah, we decided that.
Yeah, so that's already done. And so those tenders were all accepted, the letters sent. There was a question about had they already been sold. The answer was yes, they had been sold. And I think council was expecting more information, so this was providing additional information.
Please go ahead.
Because Mr Mayor, I did a section 178 and requested when we were doing the budget how much we were actually anticipating, and I think the response was that we were anticipating 191,000 for the tendering of the vehicles.
I can't.
Yeah, I
can't comment on anything that was done as part of budget deliberations.
And when I add up what we actually received, 234,000, so we've obviously received more than we anticipated.
No, we've done a lot.
Well,
just bear in mind, councillors, that the other option would have yielded higher returns. So just asking that when we do make a recommendation going forward, that you can consider this in the light of that. That's all. Yeah, so ordinarily would have gone to auction and got the highest price, but council elected to go with the recommendation to go with the tender process, and that did yield to the highest price.
So, but the other thing that we could reflect on too is that maybe our tender mechanism and how we advertise it is not widely advertised. Maybe we're not getting the best value because we don't do enough of that where people can see it. So maybe that could be something we could just learn from what has been highlighted as well.
Also, I don't know whether it's relevant, but so tender price including GST and the other one is price, slightly option achieved prices, is that, what's that? Tender process cost including.
Okay, so we had a mover, Councillor Guthrie.
I'm happy to just accept the officer's recommendation that council receive and note the information.
So remove number 2. Okay, do we have a second for that motion? Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? That will be 9-0. L6, Roma Sale Yards Prime Sales. We have a mover, Councillor Hancock.
I move that due to the recommendation from the Roma Livestock Agents Association, RLAA, Council 1 nominate Tuesday as a regular sale day for prime cattle until 30 June 2021. This will give certainty to producers that prime sale cattle are auctioned weekly at Roma. 2, undertake a review in May 2021 in consultation with the RLAA, bringing a report back to council.
We have a seconder, Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, so L7, page 149. Request from Wonnavilla Town Improvement Group. Do we have any questions? No? Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to move that council approve the installation of a watering system at the cemetery.
You need to speak up.
You were louder in the car this morning.
Yeah, that's what
I move that Council 1 approve the installation of a watering system at the cemetery in December with assistance from Origin Energy workers, subject to discussions with the Council's water, sewage and gas unit prior to works being undertaken. 2, approve the payment of a co-contribution towards the cost of the materials for the project to the value of $1,337.55 to be allocated to the in-kind major budget GL 2887.2248.2001.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to second, but can we add an extra dot point? Words to the effect of the works Origin program to start the work on the 19th of December.
Oh, they have a date for that?
Yeah. So,
What happens if they need to move the date? We've got a resolution that we'll have to repeal.
From.
well, that won't affect the thing if they move, as long as we give them the required information before then.
Sorry, can I just have clarity on what the point is?
Why do we need a date, sorry, Joe?
Because that's programmed 19th to the 20th, I believe, to come and do it.
Oh, they have.
They're providing the labour and the digger and things like that, so.
So does it matter to us when they do it?
Well, got to begin discussions with council, water, sewage and gas and prior to the works taking place, and make it,
Urgent.
well, time frame.
So the water, sewage and gas guys know.
Yeah, program for the 19th and the 20th.
But then Councillor McMullen, is it not captured just simply by saying where the council approved the installation of a watering system at the cemetery in December, and then it ends up being the 21st and 20th, well, hopefully it's not that late, but you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, well, fine, I'm just trying to, allow the staff to the time frame.
well, they'll know it because you've said it's done in December.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I think for the officers, I think it is important to say the date, or at least the minimum date.
With an indicative date or.
Through you, Mr Mayor, my understanding, I stand correcting, but the 17th is the last day for construction or council workers, is that correct? Well, most council staff are knocking off on the 17th, I believe, is that correct? Majority.
Councillor Hancock.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Officer Kim sitting here, she might have the answers for us. Do we need to put the date in there, or I noticed in the report that you've spoken to the manager of water, sewage, gas, you've spoken to the team leader, you've spoken to Dale Watering and Cemeteries, you're waiting to hear back from Steve, from manager of maintenance and delivery works. Do you need the date in there, or do you think that the team has it covered? My concern with putting an exact date in there is what if they need to bring it forward a day, not necessarily push it back a day. So.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I did actually receive correspondence back from Steve. His only concern was to be notified of the kind of plans for ongoing maintenance and watering, that sort of thing. I believe the Origin men are actually working around their schedule. So putting a date in may possibly make it more challenging for the volunteers to get the works done, but it definitely needed to be done in December, which is why this was a lack of a call.
And the phone call, through you, Mr Mayor, I received was that Origin are coming on the 19th and the 20th. It came from the group.
You say indicative, Councillor McMullen,
yeah,
and then if it moves, then at least you've highlighted the dates.
Well, might another, and maybe prior to council, not finishing.
Standing down.
I mean, they don't have to be there when the job's done, they've just got to make sure that.
So what's the work?
So that's subject to discussions with council's water, sewage and gas. Has that happened yet?
Yes, it has. As I said, I received it back from Steve in an email correspondence about 2 days ago.
So why don't we take that to the move? Why don't you take that out? Subject to
Through you, Mr Mayor, can I just ask, here we go, Kim, what was the only concern of the maintenance manager?
It was just the type of tree being installed as to ongoing maintenance of the tree.
Through you,
So
Mr. Through you, Mr. Mayor, this, I don't think Origin got anything to do with the planting of the trees, they're putting the wood lines in, so that's why it's important, they're bringing the trenching machines in. The trees can be addressed down the track, I believe. The type of plants, the trees or whatever.
Just, Steve, sorry, we had to also mention that he wanted to know whether, of course, the irrigation system would be water metered, because someone has to pay for the water, and that's probably be out of the Warren's area. So, you know, that could relate to the drenching as well. So there's the trees and the water metering that has to be taken up.
Say that again.
Water metering for irrigating the trees.
That's no issue, that's nothing to do with Origin.
No, but if they were going to dig trenches, obviously irrigation's got to go in, but where would the water meter go? I mean, that's would need to be a consideration. I'm not trying to put
things.
I
I
think
think Mr. Mayor, the water meter's already there. They just have extending the lines in the cemetery.
Well, possibly. Not all the technical details.
Already has extended some in the last term in the Lawn Cemetery.
They'll just have to come as part of the conversation.
To the mover, would you be happy to remove the last part of point 1? So it would say approve the installation of the watering system at the cemetery in December with the assistance of Origin Energy workers. Okay, because the discussion's already happened. Are you happy with that?
Yep.
Is the second happy with that?
Yeah, I'll be happy with that.
Right, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Mayor, we've got a break in 3 minutes.
Has anybody got any questions on this next one? That is decided.
Councillor Laddle has.
Please go ahead,
Yeah, I was
Councillor.
just wondering, is it too inconvenient to, and I don't really care whether, with cars, whether we split the two, 5 one way and 4 the other way, with a black Toyota and black trucks? Would that be hard for the council to do? Like, that looks after both companies? And I just think, why can't you do that? That's my thing.
Yeah, Councillor Adler, I think that's an excellent idea, but
I move we lay this on the table till later in the meeting.
all those in favour? 9-0. Okay, so this should be
Not tucked here. Well, I can't see it.
No, it's out.
L9, increase in waste levy statutory fees as set by legislation. Do we have a move, Councillor McMullen?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 approve the increase in waste levy fees to the applicable category of waste in line with the rise of the state's legislative waste levy, and 2, update Council statutory fees and charges schedule to reflect the increase in waste levy fees.
We have a seconder? Councillor Burkett, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Yes, I wasn't thinking about it.
That's a quick one for you.
I wasn't thinking about it being in the fees.
No,
Probably is.
Kelly said they were bringing it over.
Yeah, the kitchen goes back.
Performance criteria is make it quick.
Yeah.
So what do we want to do, keep going?
Yeah, nothing's happened.
Nothing.
Okay, so we're moving on to L10, Selective Inspection Program 2020 results. Would you like to read councillors anything?
Unless there's any questions, it was a very successful program with great results, highest number of applicants ever registered.
Got to get on the tape.
Is it on? Oh, it's on. I don't need one of these. So it was a very successful program. We expected less properties than we've ever needed to before because there was, I guess, a great response from the community and people responded well to cold calling and coming forward and registering their animals. We only ended up issuing 12 infringements this year as opposed to 78 last year, which is fantastic. And we've got the highest number of animals on record ever registered in the Maranoa, so it's a great program.
Just one moment, Kira.
I think
They can't hear you on the tape.
Do you think it's because of the reduction in the fees?
Not necessarily, to be honest, I just think that,
You speak less, I would do that.
Just sit together.
I'd love to sit with Councillor Taylor, that's what I've read. So I don't really believe so. I guess that it did definitely make it more affordable for people, but I think the real winners of this program that seems to be more and more successful each year is the way we're communicating with people. So the SMS reminders, the public notice is very effective. You see a real spike in registration renewals and new registrations coming in. Just knowing that we're coming out, I think, and checking too, just encourages people to do the right thing because, you know, there are consequences if they don't. So, but definitely people have been very nicely surprised by the 50% fee waiver due to the COVID relief strategy, and it has made it easier to convince people, you know, to get their animals registered, I would guess. But people have said, oh, that's cheap. So anyway, that's good feedback.
Any other questions? Okay, so do we have a mover? Councillor Taylor.
I'd just like to move that the report be received and the contents noted.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Burke, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 175. L11, request for letter of support. Councillor Edwards.
I'll move the council. I'll move that council provide a letter support letter to Alicia Jones that promotes council's commitment to community, cultural development, ongoing localised employment and collaborative practices across the region.
We have a seconder, Councillor Hancock. No questions, no opposition. Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 222. L12, Local Government Association of Queensland, LGAQ Conference 2020. We have a mover. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move the council receive and note the report.
We have a second. Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those.
Well, I did.
Yep, please go ahead.
You're very quick.
Moving along quite well.
Lunch isn't here yet. I just want to draw councillors' attention to page 223, where Councillor Hancock and myself have drawn out a number of the policies that we believe relate directly to Maranoa Regional Council. We've asked that the full suite of those policies, all 70 of them, and the outcomes be included in the report to give councillors an opportunity to understand why we've drawn those ones out for attention. It was a great opportunity for Councillor Hancock and myself to participate this year, and we ensured that we were there for the entire debates around the policies that were brought forward from across the state. I draw to your attention in the body of the report that, of course, this being the first Local Government Association of Queensland conference post the election in April, that there was an election for the position of President, and Mark Jamieson has been re-elected into that role for the next 4 years. And I'm sure that we will see Mark in our little part of the state over the next 4 years as we have seen him in the past. It was obviously very advantageous too that the conference, not by design by LGAQ, but by the state government now in having a set date for elections, that the state election was called and the campaign was across the days which were the LGAQ conference, and it did mean that the first time ever there was a real focus over a number of days on local government issues. To have the then Premier, now returned Premier, at the particular conference allowed your fellow councillors here, but councillors across the state, to hear what commitments her party were taking to the election, and of course our local member Anne Lay, who is the Shadow Minister for Local Government and continues in that role post the election. She was there as well, and we heard the commitments from the LNP. And of course, Minister Hinchcliffe, who's now moved into a different portfolio, he was there. But what we heard strongly was that was commitment, particularly around infrastructure investment from both sides. And so it's now upon us as councillors at a local level, but also LGAQ as our peak body, to advocate and ensure we hold the government to account that investment does occur. And I know we spoke at the last general meeting of council, ordinary meeting of council, about the Bush Council's compact. It was also there that the Premier committed to that particular advocacy work that LGAQ had been doing on our behalf as of these regional councils. So I do encourage all councillors to take the time to go through those policies. And probably in turn, Mayor, if early in the new year we start to ourselves have a think about any motions that should be submitted for the annual conference next year, originating from Maranoa Regional Council. We have done that in the past and been quite successful in getting support from colleagues across the state, and I think it would be a benefit to our council and also our residents if we continue to do that in the future. But Mayor, I'm of course happy to field any questions if there are, and if Councillor Hancock had any remarks as well.
Okay, any questions, councillors? Councillor, sorry.
Just to clarify, we didn't submit any, there were no motions from us.
Not this year, no. No, we have in the past.
And next year, if we wish to submit your
we could, through you, Mayor, at any general meeting of council, a councillor could put forward a motion to consider. They need to be supported by council, and then they'll be sent to LGAQ. But somewhere around May next year, LGAQ will do a call for resolutions as well. But at any time we can do it.
Councillor Hancock, did you want to say anything?
Just, Mr. Mayor, that it was very beneficial as a new councillor to go to this conference and to hear from our peers, our peer councils around, and it certainly makes you realise that some of the issues that we're facing in the Maranoa is not just our issues, it's actually shared by many of the councils that are around us and our neighbours. So as a new councillor, I found it very beneficial to go and to meet different colleagues and hear the issues and the successes around the regions.
Okay, so we've got a motion up there. Should we kill? Councillor Neil and Hancock. Does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
we said we're going to break it.
I haven't heard any noise.
Or do they expect us?
But we did actually say we'll break it for lunch as well. Yeah, so I think we should break it and we'll find out where the food is. Huh? Okay, we'll just adjourn till 1 o'clock or 1:15. Okay, we'll keep going. Okay, item L13, 2020 Small Museums Conference. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I move that council receive and note the report.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just note that councillors, I just found this conference very beneficial, not only to myself but for the staff members that attended. It gives you an opportunity to network with other peers and other experts that are in the arts and culture field and small museums field. And I also find it very beneficial when you go to this and you meet a lot of different people, that when an issue might arise or a project arises and you're not sure, you have somebody who you can contact and who can give you some help and some additional information. And it is always good when you go to these conferences because you're continually putting the Maranoa Regional Council's name out there and you're rubbing shoulders with experts who are sitting on grant panels, and so that when potentially a grant comes across their table, they recognise the Maranoa Regional Council's name and have heard of it before. So in my opinion, I found this conference very informative and very beneficial for the Maranoa Regional Council.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, page 362. L14, request for sponsorship, Roma Rugby Sevens 2021. Councillor Edwards.
I move that Council 1 approve the request from the Roma Fitness Rugby Union Football Club for sponsorship of the Roma Rugby Sevens tournament to be held in Roma on the first weekend of February 2021. 2, provide financial support as a bronze sponsor for the men's or women's gold trophy at a cost of $1,000 GST exclusive. To be allocated to the sponsorship budget GL 2887.2249.2001. 3, request sponsorship acknowledgement before and during the event in accordance with benefits listed in the sponsorship prospectus, including an invitation to the Mayor to present the trophy.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on to page 372. 372, L15, lack of affordable flights for the Maranoa. I'd like to move that Council advocate to Qantas and the State Government to provide more availability for cost-effective return and one-way flight options through our local travel agent. Also for increased amount of flights requested by the community, business and health professionals. 2, Council organise a public meeting to gain information on requests in relation to improved air services and affordability. 3, if Qantas is unable to accommodate these requests, for Council to lobby the State Government for another operator that can provide flight times and options needed for Maranoa residents and businesses at an affordable price. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition?
Opposition, just a couple of questions.
Sure.
Okay. I'm just suggestions there, just in terms of point 1. After health professionals, could you say including Saturday and Sunday as a high priority?
Yes, I would put that in there.
My only other couple of points. Number 2, we already know what we know because the community are telling us that that's why it's come to the table. I've certainly heard it, and you're hearing it. I just don't know what more we'll get from a public meeting than what we already know, that people want affordable flights and they want more regular, flight schedule, or to be reinstated back to what it was pre-COVID-19. So I just wonder if that would inhibit us to move fairly quickly, given that it's not going to necessarily have much value. And then the third one there, I just wonder, next year the contract's up. And so carriers will be, if the government retains the regulation on the route, they will be calling tenders for the servicing of that. And I just wonder if that is the opportunity for us to go, all right, let that run its course, and we not advocate for any particular carrier, we advocate to government what we want in terms of our services into Roma. And we could work with Merway because they benefit, both regions benefit from the same advocacy.
Yeah, I understand that, but I've had feedback that a public meeting would be beneficial from people, and some of the issues are more complex than, because they're trying to get, health professionals in and out of the area, so being able to have a public meeting, I think, would be beneficial, because I think it's more than, for instance, Maranoa or other people possibly. And the third thing is that I believe you need to send a very clear message now. If Qantas, for instance, doesn't want to change some of the very negative things they've put into place, which I don't believe can be connected to COVID-19, more connected to profitability issues, and I believe we need to be doing that now, so everyone has well and truly understood that before we go into that process.
So Mayor, could it be reshaped that 3 council develop a wish list, for want of a better term, to go to government in preparation for the re-tendering of the regulated route? Because we're at the end of the contract, they're not going to pull the carrier.
No.
And that's what your resolution says.
Well, it could be. I'm happy to test this and see where this gets up first, but I'm happy to put in points in point 1 that you asked for, and I don't think that's up there. Including Saturday and Sunday. Yeah. But I'd rather test the way it is, because I've been speaking to the Mayor in no way about this, and if we don't get fully, I don't believe that's, we'll have the debate first.
What about number 2, instead of a public meeting, put it on Have You Say? Would you rather face to face?
I think fleshing out from some of the people and the lawyers, their issues, would give us more detail in saying, for instance, like the Saturday and Sunday issue, it can be other flights that are an issue. One of the things that we brought up is cancelling flights quickly, which was an issue as well. So I don't mind, I'm happy to put in there Have You Say as well, but I do think if there is benefit of having a community meeting, that may just be, after work, and we put the word out and say, tell us, because I've had it from multiple health professionals how it's affecting health, what's happening, and eventually affordability.
Mayor, would you include a dot point 4 then, which is to develop a prospectus of requirements for future air services into Roma to be provided to the government, because that would help that tendering process.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to do that. Councillor Burke, I'm happy to put in there Have You Say as well.
I suppose you can accommodate some people at a public meeting that wouldn't get on Have You Say, and vice versa.
Yeah, right. So I'm happy to put in public meeting 1, which is 2, as well as put it on Have You Say.
So Mayor, it might be better to develop a list of requirements for future air services into Roma.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Sorry, Councillor Taylor first and then Councillor Edwards.
Just with the public meeting one, would you invite, say, travel and, I don't know, others like, are you intending to do that?
Well, I don't have any issue with doing that. The main thing is I'd like to invite all the users of the service to find out what they need. And whether it's business, health, but yeah, I just don't want to put the local agent in an uncomfortable position.
But you let them know it's on in case they want it.
Oh, I've got no problem. Yeah. But we're really gleaming, and I suppose it goes to point 4 eventually, but I think if you want to affect the change in a year, you need to start now. Did anyone else have a question?
Yeah, I'd like to send it to Taylor said, I was just wondering about stakeholders.
So I don't mind who would come. The main thing is to get that feedback so we know what we're going to saying it's not okay, what's changed basically in the last 12 months.
And I'm happy to second the changes that have been made.
Right, okay. Do we have a question?
Yeah, I do, Mr Mayor, and it's a process question, and it's only just occurred to me, and I'm not trying to make this difficult, I was just asking a question about process. I just noticed that this is a councillor request for an agenda report, but we're not actually asking for a report on anything, are we?
No, I think this one's really urgent, and I believe that if we have to move something to put it on the agenda as something difficult, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah. So yeah, I believe it's urgent too. I'm just noticing we're not requesting a report.
Whereas normally you'll see I'll just ask for a report because it's time for it to go in, but I know that there's going to be some effects next year that are real.
So we can do this.
CEO, we have to bring it onto the agenda or change something if we do it like this. Well, I'm happy to do this. Any other questions? Righto. I'll speak to this. I'm very impressed with Qantas as an airline. I think it's a very safe, long-term, stable airline. But there are some big issues to do with changes that don't have anything to do with local people, but and the community is certainly speaking to me, and I'm sure it's speaking to other councillors about the large concerns, and I've also had discussions with Merway, that is significantly affected, and I believe that our job is to advocate for the communities which we represent, and this could be a positive thing to get it on the table that we need to change some things. Does anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on. L17, legal advice. L16 on the back. Thank you. L16, operating hours for Main Street party lights in Roma. I would like to declare a declarable conflict. See, how did you get that?
Is that the laminated thing as
well? I've actually typed one up, so I'm going to read that. Get a response.
declare a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item L16 as my business operates in the main street. Although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias because this has no effect on the trading hours of our business as the store is shut when the lights are on. However, I do believe this has a major benefit for the community visitors. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision or leave the meeting and have no further involvement. Okay, so does anyone want to move in? Councillor Taylor.
That within the public interest, the Mayor participates and votes on the agenda item L16 because a reasonable person trusts.
We have a seconder. Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Okay, Councillor Edwards.
My council market was informed the meeting I have declared a conflict of interest in item L16. Operating hours for Main Street party lights in Maranoa as defined in section 150 of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises from design an employee of the Leichhardt Group. It leases the building in the Main Street. I don't believe this will cause a problem, as I understand. I don't believe this will cause a problem as the office is closed at night. I'm making a declaration of conflict of interest out of the abundance of caution. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine the sharing of section 150 against the Local Government Act 2009. Whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, or must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Okay, Councillor Taylor.
I believe that in the public interest, Councillor Edwards participate and vote on the agenda item L16 because a reasonable person trusts that the following decision was made in the public interest.
We have a seconder. Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? Go to the vote. All those in favour? You can now. Okay, so then that's 8-0. Okay.
What was the question?
Because can I vote on it?
No, you can't vote on the same. You can't vote on a matter that you're conflicted on by another council. It's the same as what happened in Surrey.
But 7-0. Yeah, right. Well, I don't mind. I was just asking.
7-0. Yeah, I guess council agreed with it to stay. That was the.
You approved to stay in the room and vote on it, matters.
Whether it was 7-0 or 8-0, maybe it's.
Well, I'm happy to do 7 and then that's fine. So
yeah, that's what it's not going to
7-0. That'll be safe. Okay. L16, operating hours for Main Street party lights. I'd like to move that council set the hours each night for party lights operating in the Main Street of Roma for the summer period as a major welcome to Roma visitor. I haven't actually got the hours. Do you have any advice on what hours or what hours council would like?
Is the lights there now?
Yeah.
Or is it just over Christmas usually?
No, I'm talking about the party lights that go like this down the Main Street.
Yes,
Sort
but
of
they're not
Roma's famous
always, they're
for.
not always on.
No, but I believe that should be for the summer period, a lot of people walking around.
So who, through yourself, who turns them on?
must be cancelled or something like that.
Time. There must have been a timer, because I drove up to Main Street last night, 10 to 7, they were on. So someone's turning them on now.
So it's just a matter of making sure that it's extended to the end of summer.
Some nights, they're not.
Wouldn't you even leave one in the winter?
Well, I think so, but I
Just
was
so
using this as a
you're
trial.
lighting around the main street.
I was using this as a trial, but I'm happy to make it all year. I think that's actually common sense.
So through you, Mayor, so probably in Rob's absence to Deputy Director Cam, are they on time?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, from what I understand, they get turned on in December, every year, through the month of December. Like they're not on a timer, the tree lights are on a timer, but they get turned on. They'll be on a timer in terms of when they come on to it. They'll be on a timer when they come on at night, but they generally only run in December at this stage, from what I understand. So, but yeah, just have a quick look there. There'll be some times that would help indicate when to turn them on. So I think last night's 7 o'clock, a bit after 7 now. So somewhere around that 6:30 PM, I think would get through.
Well, they must have come on at 6:30, because 10 to 7 they were on, but the Christmas tree lights weren't.
Just on the Christmas tree lights, there was electrician down there today that does.
Oh, they're not working? Oh.
Just in case you're wondering, but I can confirm the electrician down there today, so we had it reported.
Councillor McMullen?
I didn't quite catch, Deputy Director, did you say that the overhead ones are on a timer, but then switch on December, so they're not on only for the month of December?
That's right, Councillor McMullen, just so they don't run all through the day. But it's as simple as hitting the RCD come 30th of December or whatever, but they're currently not operating for the full summer. I can definitively say that. They may operate into January a little bit, but not definitively the full summer. So,
Just hypothetically, if council wanted to, they could be left on 365 nights a year, if we wanted to. Just cut in and out daylight and day.
Correct, yeah, it'll be just energy costs that we have to pay for. So
24 hour time.
Yeah, it's same with the tree lights. The tree lights only come on about 6:30, so they're not powering on during the day as well. So.
And are they LED lights?
The street lights, street party lights, Mr. Mayor, are incandescent. They're the old style incandescent lights. The tree lights are LED lights because they're part of the upgrade, but the big looped main street party lights, as referred to up there, they're the old incandescent style. So
yeah, Mr. Mayor, probably not the right time. They're going to be cracked and council start looking when they're going to replace them with the LED bulbs.
Yeah, Councillor Conlon, it'd be more one. I don't think it'd be a matter of replacing them like one at a time. Like I think you'd nearly need to probably switch it out. But if council are interested in looking at it for an extra line in there to be presented with a capital estimate to replace the current bulbs with the LED option, we can feed that in, because you might find if you do want to run at 365, it might pay itself within 2 years, the capital of an LED solution. So they're getting cheaper and cheaper these days. So.
Definitely last time we were capital home, we haven't got many of the old bulb sockets, but use the LED replacements.
Is there other, I know Mitchell's got it, is there other towns got the same setup? We've got a down the Media Strip, the same as I'm not sure if they're on every night of the year or just some of them. They're usually on festive times, I suppose, but yeah, I don't know, there might be something that covers too.
Yeah. So really, it sounds like we've got the hours of operation right, it's just what days you want on per iteration. You know, is that correct?
Yeah, I think the hours of operation are pretty straightforward. It's something that officers can research when the best time, when the last light is and the first light. That's easy enough to work out at an officer level, but it's just at the moment I think it's December to might be mid-January, but if the instruction is summer, that's fine. That's a clear implement.
Okay, so I might just change point 1 to remove set the hours each night and just operate party lines operated. So you think we should go for 12 months? I'm happy to do that. And then we should get back a report of what the cost is. Capital estimate to replace the LED option. Operating party lights for the summer period, so that's till the end of summer.
Can I make a suggestion, Mr Mayor, if we move at this point in time to go to the end of summer, but then ask for a report? I don't know if they can measure them.
Yeah.
How long?
Councillor, could I just suggest maybe point number 2 then be presented with a capital estimate to replace the lights at a subsequent meeting of council. That way we can bring the operating cost. I just hate to give advice to say the whole year and the cost is quite. I think by leaving it as a summer period we are limiting expense. I just don't know. I'd be guessing the cost of 12 months of the lights because they do burn.
Yes.
Be presented with a capital estimate. Presented with operating cost and capital estimate.
To operate the lights. I suppose operating costs.
Yes, that's it. Through this event, and that's it. You've got to say, eat that. Like, where's it? Draw power from?
So there's a meter box just outside the pharmacy there. So yeah, it's just a distributor. So you've got a DV board there. Yep. Yeah, no, definitely.
And also, just in point to replace the lights, and also costs on. We also have in there also replacement lights and LED replacement options in case, as the Deputy Mayor said about, you can get LED replacements that just go with the sockets.
So I think what the Deputy Director was saying that it might be cheaper than going up setting up like whether it's lost for words, I'll just say a ladder each time and then get it out once and just do the light.
Council, if you're happy, I'm happy. LED replacement option still leaves it open. If there is alternatives, I think it still leaves it open enough.
Because Councillor Burke, just say it comes in 40,000 put new lights in, then we get an option of we'll go instead of the old style, we'll go LED replacements. So it'll slowly bring the cost in cases. But that's fine. Is the second, do we have a second? We don't have a second for that. I moved it. Councillor Ladbrook, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Well, certainly do. I think iconic part of Roma is our wide streets and as well our colourful traditional street lights. So I think all the children of the Maranoa and visitors, as well as the big children of the Maranoa, like to see the lights on. It just gives a wonderful feel to a main meeting point in Roma. And so I'll certainly be supporting this motion. Does anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Thank you. L17, legal advice. I'd like to move that council write to the LGAQ Chief Executive Officer Greg Hallam approving a request for free legal advice to be sought at the Mayor's discretion from LGAQ. Do we have a second for that motion? Councillor McMullen. Councillors also, I did circulate a letter where it was requested from Greg Hallam back in the last term, and I'm actioning this today. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I do think so.
Please go ahead.
I have two questions. One of them is, Mr Mayor, in your motion, is it legal advice to be sought on behalf of council at the mayor's discretion?
Okay, so I'm happy to put in that motion, request free legal advice to be sought at the mayor's discretion in carrying out my duties as mayor. So for instance, it's not a non-council business. So for instance, anything that I've got responsibility, then that's what would be to do with efficient running of local government, so stuff like that.
The second question is, I just note in the correspondence that you gave us that that the same free legal advice is offered to CEO as well.
Yeah, that's part of the membership, I think.
So is that? I'm just making sure that is that happening as well, or should we be putting that in to this recommendation as well? Because in here it says for mayor and CEOs.
Well, I'd imagine that would be happening now, CEOs. Yeah, that's it. Okay, do we have any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Can I just read? May I make a suggestion just with tense and it's as carrying out my duties as mayor, maybe it should be carrying out mayoral duties or
yeah,
not, that's a bit personal.
Well, mayoral duties.
It's the same meaning, it's just taking out.
Councillors' duties. Mayoral duties, yeah.
And I've got a question. Sure. The advice that you receive, is that provided to the rest of council?
I don't think always. It depends what it is, but I don't think always.
So therefore, just so I'm clear, you'll be seeking advice that relates to you as mayor, not for council?
Well, anything to do with like the efficient running of the local government, and obviously it'll be in areas where I can ask for legal advice where I don't have any conflicts or whatever. Yeah, so that's what we'll be, but I won't be just CCing everything to the councillors. Any other questions? Righto, we'll go to the vote then. If no one wishes to speak, does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 8-1 if I'm called for the vote. Okay, moving on to, I can't quite read the number, 18. L18, fire breaks in Muckadilla. I'd like to move that council carry out up to 8 hours of urgent grading to deal with maintenance issues, fire maintenance issues and dangers brought up by the Muckadilla Progress Association and carry out the grading in accordance with the map provided from Muckadilla Progress Association to create a safe environment for rural fires vehicles to access the reserve and racecourse reserve adjacent to Muckadilla. So, just councillors, just to explain, this has been brought up and it's an urgent thing that this needs to be done, and that's why I'm bringing it up today. It's an extremely large reserve. The locals say it's up to 2,000 acres, and there was a smaller amount of fire breaks put into it, but when it was done in previous years, it was up to done, the community said, like properly, and they're worried about that if fire crews are in there trying to fight fires that can get trapped in there. So this is a big issue that you know, I believe that council need to make a decision today on. And there is a map that actually maps out, and but the 8 hours, speaking to Buckingham Progress Association, the 8 hours we covered, that's what it took last time to do it. And yeah, they also, we've got the grader in there. Urgent, yeah, like I need to put grader.
Just grade, Mr. Mayor. Maintenance grade?
Yeah. Well, the only reason I was going to say grader was because it needs to have a front blade on it, because the creek banks are really washed out, and without the front blade, which I'm sure some of our machines have got, so it is a grading, but they won't be able to get through the creek, and they need to be able to access the raw fires vehicles out. Urgent maintenance grade. Can we just put in there from a grader, from a council grader with the front blade? Because of after the big rains and so forth that we had there, it's apparently chopped the banks out. And did you have a question?
I do have a question when you finish, Mr. Mayor.
No, I just wanted to say, councillor carry out maintenance grade before council shutdown. (2020). Yep, I'm happy with that. Please go ahead, Councillor Hancock.
A couple of things, Mr. Mayor. Do we have a rough idea how much this is going to cost and what budget, where does the budget money come from? I can see the urgency in this. I'm just asking these questions, so we make informed decisions. Do we have budget for it? How much is it going to cost? Is it doable before Christmas shutdown? Is it actually doable? Do we have a grader nearby? Is my second question. And my last question is, by putting 8 hours there, do we really need to put 8 hours? What if it takes 9 hours because they're having trouble with the what if we just say the job's done? So I guess through you.
Mayor, so the in terms of how to do it there, besides the reserve and the race course is 315.7 hectares. So in terms of cost, yeah, we'll work on it. Mayor's got the 8 hours, we're working on a full day. So about the same, $130 an hour, so you're looking at about $1,000 to $1,300. Circulated the maps there this morning. You see in pink what has been done, the black is what's been requested. So that $1,300, $1,000 that's to do everything. And in terms of the cost, we actually under our RMPC, we do provide 5 breaks. It's a budget of $15,000. So the cost will be actually against that. And in terms of timing of it, I spoke to Steve Scott this morning, and the bottom we're doing the 5 breaks along the legal bar next week. So probably maybe redeploying, but yeah, we can achieve that. Just reduce the stuff that we make that.
Thank you.
Okay, do we need to put a budget, or will you have enough to know what? Oh, yeah. Okay, do we have a second of council?
Oh, we council Bullock.
Oh, no, I did.
Council Burker first. Get that hand up a little bit higher there.
And sorry.
Fingers are hard to see.
So I just want to double check that 8 hours is right to have that, or would you prefer not to have a time in there and just get the whole job done? Sorry, I just want to confirm that.
So I think that had a meeting until a bit late this morning, council, like what and Steve Scott, the manager, in charge of the map. They both probably, they've done the best part of the day, not more. So we're working on a 10-hour day. I think 8 hours is thereabouts. So it just gives us a bit extra.
So should we take the hours out and just get the job done and not have the hours in there so in case it takes?
Up to 10 hours then. 10 hour day.
It's about it's better than that.
Yeah.
Or as further than that, yeah, that's
Yeah,
and we do realise that's going to be the creek, getting over the creek banks.
It's Maranoa, the guys are aware of it. We haven't done it probably for a number of years to that extent. But we had a good discussion about this morning. I'll probably do it today, a little bit less. So.
Right. So that's good. And Councillor Burkett.
Yeah, I'll leave it.
Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
We've got three we laid on the table, which we go at.
Yep.
And this one?
Page 18,
L3.
should be where it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just wait a second. L3, development application for material change of use, tourist park reference 2020-20111. You know which one we're doing? Okay, councillors, does anybody have any questions?
I asked my question that I've received.
You've got your answer?
Yeah. And I had moved it.
Yeah, that's right.
I moved to land on the table, Kel, but I did. Yeah, I indicated I would move, which I haven't said yet.
Righto. So you were happy to move it?
I'll move that council approve the development application for a material change of use for a tourist park at 155 Gagan Road, Roma, being lot 317 on SP 219057, subject to the listed relevant and reasonable development conditions and general advice. I'm not going to read it, but conditions for one, I'll get everyone to confirm that I'm saying the right end number. I want to repeat it last time I did this, to 71.
Councillor Mandy, are you sure you don't want to read it out?
Well, now that I've said that, condition through to,
71.
it is 71?
Oh, yeah, right, then it's, yeah. It's got here as listed. You said as listed.
I said as listed, right? As listed.
Are we happy with that?
Yep.
Happy with that? Righto.
You said in general advice.
I didn't say in general advice. Oh, I did. Development conditions and general advice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, to the list, subject to the listed relevant and
Okay, we have a seconder. Councillor McMullen, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Thank you.
Good. Next.
Page 123.
123.
Oh, you're one. Yeah, right.
No, we were. Okay.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, L4,
material change of use, home-based business, personal training studio. Councillor Edwards.
Conflict of interest. I, Councillor Mark Edwards, informed the meeting, I have a declarable conflict of interest in item L4, material change of use, home-based business, personal training studio. As defined in section 150E of the local Government Act 2009. This declarable interest, conflict of interest arises because I have identified a petitioner. I certainly want to use that. I have identified a submitter, but due to my accountant's professional ethics, I am unable to publicly identify this person. I am making a declaration of conflict of interest out of the abundance of caution. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine pursuant to section 150ES of the Local Government Act 2009 whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, or must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
I might have a loud enough voice, I think. I move that it's in the public interest that Councillor Edwards participates and votes on agenda item L4 because a reasonable person would trust that the final decision being made is in the public interest.
Okay, we have a seconder for that. Councillor Burkett. Any opposition, anyone wishes to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Any other conflicts? I'd like to move that number one, that council approve, number one, the
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Can I suggest you're going to approve, ask to approve it?
Yeah.
Page 128.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether I need to read it.
No, not the first one.
No, I want to wait till I need to read it. Yeah. Not everything. But just the numbers.
1, 2.
Yeah, I'd like to approve, as on page 128 from number 1, the development conditions from 1 to... Right, okay, I'll read on the screen. The council approved the development application 2020/20216 for a home-based business, brackets personal training studio at 58 Bristol Street, Roma, being lot 42 on RP 30933, subject to the following development conditions and general advice. So then we have just to keep reading. Just
Page 128.
Big part.
You're going to go from page 128 if you're asking to approve.
Right, so numbers, the development conditions are used as listed, 1 and 2, and then compliance inspection.
I don't know, it's similar to the one that I just did, by saying development conditions and general advice as listed, you know, it's captured.
Right, okay. Right.
I thought the town plan has asked us to use that specific thing in the body of the report.
Use what specific?
Page 128.
Yeah, so as listed.
As listed.
They're the only conditions that
Oh,
are
from
listed.
okay, sorry, I thought you were referring from Gary.
Number 28 plus.
From page 128, as listed. Sorry. that what you suggested?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, and I might just also add that it's, the development conditions are from page 128 through to 133.
Including general advice.
Yeah, including general advice, so it makes it clear the amount of pages that we're talking about. And, do we have a seconder?
Do we have to, sorry, do we have to put a reason?
Yeah.
We haven't got through yet.
Oh,
Okay, I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
we have a seconder?
Just check the councils that obviously, I've noticed sometimes in my agenda when I run it off, my numbers are slightly different to yours, I'm just confirming if those numbers are that, that's what's in front of you, 128,
Yes.
133.
Yeah.
That's correct, yeah, that's, no, it's the same.
Okay, so we have a move and a second. Do we have any opposition to the motion? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? I'll speak to the motion. I believe that this in its true form is a home-based business that is being dealt with, and I believe the conditions will limit the amount of use in relation to what you'd expect of a home-based business. And I believe that the planning expectations that have been set around our home-based business are being dealt with by controlling the amount of use and stopping it being a major competitor to commercial business. And do we say or do we say that afterwards about the reasons?
If it gets up.
If it gets up. Oh yeah, that's it. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? For or against? Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, so my reasons.
I didn't count, right?
Oh, sorry. All those in favour? 9-0. So my reason is because it creates competitive local business and is in the spirit of which a home-based business should be. I don't know what other councillors would like to say.
So benefit to lots of people with numerous types of people.
Well, there's a wide variety of people in the community that are being catered for.
Anything else? Did we get that down?
We might also confirm, councillors, that you did cite the submitters feedback, just to remove any doubt, because we did have that on the website for privacy reasons.
Brilliant.
It would be a separate note.
Okay, nothing else. We'll move on. Do we have any more in these?
154.
154.
LA.
G'day. So I think we had a question from Councillor Ladbrook about opportunity, maybe in the policy or something to look at sharing the business necessarily in this, but just in general, is that correct?
Sharon, I just thought 9 cars, 4 to one and 5 to another. And, yep, whether that would be hard to do or not reasonable.
Well, for this particular one, there was only one tender, so the recommendation is to tender.
So that's the only group that put in?
Yes, yep. It's outlined in the report, it's
Okay.
just one tender. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, we've got Councillor Hancock, then Councillor O'Neill, then Councillor Burke.
So I was just going to raise that same point, that in the report it says that the quotations were requested and only one submission received, and that Black Auto Group's fleet manager advised they would not be responding to Toyota because they're not currently marketing a diesel-powered automatic 4x2 utility in Australia. So they can't actually supply the vehicle that is requested in the tender. Yeah.
Councillor O'Neill?
I was just going to move it.
Well, the only thing is just that the only downside to that in this situation is stores like mechanical stuff. If you've got 9 vehicles, you've got 9 filters, 9, everything the same. Whereas I can see what you're saying, but then it just creates another one double up.
So do we do our own mechanicing or do we send them in workshops?
And what we do is when these vehicles will come in, we will make sure that the workshops are stocked with parts.
Oh, that's good.
So it's very efficient.
Just quickly too, through Mr. Mayor, this came to us some time back and we put it on hold until
Councillor O'Neill?
So I'll move that Council 1 select Black Truck and Ag as the recommended supplier of 9 single cabin 4x2 utilities at a cost of $382,500, including GST, excluding registration and CTP insurance. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to enter into final negotiations with Black Trucks and Ag of Roma and raise purchase orders if the final terms are acceptable. And 3, sign expenditure to General Ledger 6551.
Councillor O'Neill, would you have any appetite to also include another point that Council asked for a report about opportunities for competitive local business, totally separate to this, but just asking for it, separate to tender, asking, how we can look at a report, how we can share the business around, and maybe we're doing it, we don't know.
I just wonder, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Taylor has flagged the first workshop next year briefing is procurement, and I think what you're suggesting will be a major topic of that discussion. And so that's scheduled for the 25th of January.
Yeah, so the only question is, how do we give council officers to know that we're interested in knowing about it? We don't put this on.
Take away.
Well, we can't direct it. A motion and that.
I just think it'll complicate. I mean, you tack something on right at the end of the meeting, but just not the right at
Yes, no, I'm happy with that. I'll second this motion. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? I will. I think the number one thing is in these COVID times, and we've been very lucky to be where we are in Queensland with COVID, but I do think it is a time that we try and keep every business in the Maranoa going, and I believe this is another opportunity if this motion gets up for the local business to get support, and it does give them heart when probably one of the largest businesses in the region do support locally, which in this case would be Maranoa Regional Council. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, that's all in the report. So we're on to the lake. LC1, Wallenville LNG community project proposal. Do we have a mover? Well, we've just got content first, I think we're going to. Councillor Edwards.
I, Councillor Mark Edwards, informed the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item LC1 Wallumbilla AP LNG Community Project proposal, as defined in section 150 of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I placed my oranges for sale inside the Wallumbilla Calico Cottage, and they're mentioned in the report. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. Acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150E of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter included by voting on the matter, or must leave the meeting including any areas set aside for the public and stay away while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Well, just for the councillors.
There's like if there's a speaker.
It's
like being in the Royal.
That is in the public interest.
Your turn.
That it is in the public interest that Councillor Edwards participates in and votes on item agenda LC1 because a legal person would trust that the final decision was made in the public interest.
Just got a question through you, Matt. Sorry, Councillor Edwards, I must have been thinking about Christmas. I zoned out just slightly, even though I should have been listening to the speaker. You sell oranges at the Calico Cottage, and you sell them and you gain revenue from those oranges, just so I'm clear? Right. That's it. $5 of oranges cost them.
So, Councillor Edwards, would that be declarable or prescribed? Because if it's a monetary gain, it might be declarable rather than prescribed.
No, we should never. It's not as clear as that anymore because it's prescribed and declarable. Yeah. Declarable can be money. Yeah. Prescribed, it's very clear as to what they are now. So declarable can be monetary gain as well.
Actually,
I'm only asking a question, I'm not giving advice, I'm just asking.
You're in the room anyway, so I can.
So do any councillors have any their own questions about being declarable? Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
the only way to come up with describe something if there's
Close relationship with.
You can still be declarable and choose to leave if you think there's a gain or a loss.
So, Councillor Hancock.
probably on different courts.
or can you say a gain or a loss?
Like, it can be declarable.
Yeah.
And you can choose to leave if you think you're going to get a gain or a loss, or you can choose to stay and ask the council, like it's your choice, but I'm just saying,
He hasn't.
Me either, that's just,
No.
But he does in other occasions when he has them in other businesses.
Has anybody got any thoughts without?
I think I'll win it, I just don't think anyone should leave for orange.
Building. No oranges are going into new.
Well, you know,
No, no.
well, fair enough.
Put them across the road.
Incorrectly, it's probably, probably. I think I'm this one. I'd like to change that.
So where the rescinds not the word, withdraw.
You on the microphone?
Oh, Wendy, have you got the?
No, Wendy's actually moving.
No, but Kelly just highlighted there that there was no seconder, so there's no withdrawal, it just lapses for lack of a second.
But Councillor Edwards, you may decide this time, so for instance, if you decide to leave and then get advice on how you can deal with it.
For the moment, I'll
We could resolve
get out of the room. Okay, I'd like to change from it's still a declarable interest, but instead of having eligible councillors vote on the matter, I will, as a result of the conflict of interest, I will now leave the meeting room while the matter is considered and voted on.
All right, thank you, Councillor Edwards. So, LC3, Bonneville APLNG Community Project Proposal. Do we have a move? Councillor Guthrie.
I'd like to move that council number 1 undertake consultation in Wallumbilla to confirm the level of community support for the Wallumbilla Council facility, Calico Cottage and the Heritage Precinct, with the view of nominating a project as the Wallumbilla APLNG Community Legacy Project. Number 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to sign the owner's consent documentation which will enable the continuation of the design and the planning process of the Wallumbilla Council facility.
We have a seconder?
Sorry, councillors, can you also authorise me to liaise with APLNG?
Number 3, would like to authorise the CEO to negotiate and liaise with APLNG to further this particular project.
To progress.
To further?
Yeah.
To progress or further this particular project.
Councillor Hancock.
I'll second that, Mr Mayor. And but also through you, Mr Mayor, would ask whether the officers have anything more to add.
Okay, we have a seconder and then we can
Sorry, we just add some words. Something to. There needs to be an agreement as well, so.
To liaise and to move towards agreement or to establish
or
confirm agreement.
Seek an endorsement
Seek endorsement
of the project.
So seek endorsement with the APLNG representatives to progress this project towards completion.
Well, that
We're really
communicating the results of the consultation, aren't we? So we undertake consultation with the community and then authorise the CEO to
sign,
hold further discussions with APLNG representatives in line with the agreement.
The only question with that, Mark, is shouldn't it come back to council? Because what happens if the consultation for some weird reason is distorted and we never
processing that councillors might think is more indicative of the situation. So whether it needs, that makes sense that you have to do that, but whether which council should get the results of their consultation first. Like for instance, you know, it could be that there is no consultation coming up. No one says anything. Sure.
I think out of courtesy, Mr Mayor, as well, that we would advise them that the community consultation is undertaken.
Well, that part of it, yeah, but I mean afterwards, you know, like I think we need to advise them as a stakeholder all the way along, but make sure they're happy with it. But what I mean is, I just believe the consultation should come back to council before we can pass it.
So at this point, it's just authorising me to hold further discussions in line with the agreement.
So you're not going to give them the results of consultation without council.
So I would just indicate that
yes.
council's resolved this, there will be further community consultation, and then whatever comes.
Yeah, so I see. So this is not after the consultation, this is before the okay. We had a seconder there, I think we did. Yeah, Councillor Hancock. Did the officers have anything to add?
Sorry, Mayor, just for clarity, sorry guys, you just said that it would happen in different order, is that what I heard you just say?
No, what I was concerned about, we did the consultation, then we passed it straight on to APLNG, which I believe we should get the consultation back to council to have a look at. But I think the CEO was actually talking about consulting them that we're going to consultation.
So then authorise the CEO to hold further discussions with APLNG representing in line with the agreement should be number one.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they're the major stakeholder. CEO.
Yeah, so we'll have to change the order around.
Okay. I just thought the CEO wanted to have the consultation first and then go. I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Did you want a consultation of the community first? Or?
We have the ability to consult with the community, but I just thought it would be nice, out of courtesy, that we say that this is what's planned and we're progressing that process.
So you want that number one then, you want to tell APLNG it's happening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's something.
It could even be to advise APLNG representatives of the next step in line with the agreement.
Councillor Guthrie, happy with that?
Still happy.
Cool. Councillor Hancock, are you happy with that? Okay, officers, do we have anything to add to this wonderful project?
Councillors, Lucy's obviously having a call, and why Lucy's here today. Just on page number 5, there we've just called up. There has been a video fly-through prepared for this project, which sort of flies through the project. It takes about 3 minutes. I don't know whether council.
I think we've seen it.
You've already shown it.
It's been sort of positive design developing through. It's amended it. So I just want to see the option Kelly's got access to it right now, or we can email it, but it's only going to take 3 minutes.
Can you play it, Kel, or are you going to do it?
I was just wondering whether it was councillor vote on this first.
Vote on.
Oh. Big part.
I was just wondering if council was on the vote.
Vote on it, so Kelvin
First. Oh, yeah, well, has anybody got a problem that we can vote first? Righto, does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go.
I just think it's wonderful, Mr Mayor. It's been long in the pipeline, and just to see it come to fruition is wonderful.
Anyone else wish to speak? And I'd also like to thank Origin or APLNG for the support, being able to deliver these projects as per the agreement. And it's a wonderful thing for the communities if we can deliver these, and thank APLNG for their support. Okay, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0.
I just wonder now, councillor Edwards could go back in.
There's no decision in the vote.
long as the oranges aren't in the shop. I'm going to say, they could quite easily solve that problem, just don't make the oranges to the place they got it.
Of course, that's great.
Mayor, I just wonder, it'll be 3 minutes of nothing to the people watching the proceedings. Do you adjourn the meeting while we watch it, so we're not all just staring in front of us?
Yeah, I'll adjourn the meeting just to watch a video on this last project fly through. LC2. LC2, standing offer agreement quarry product between Roadtech and Road Quarry. We had this one the other day. So we talked about that. Councillor McMullen.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move that Council authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate on behalf of Council to 1, submit an offer for the Roadtech South Standing Offer Arrangement, SOA RT 102, for quarry products with prices as detailed in the report. 2, sign the subsequent deed of agreement with Roadtech South to formalise the standing offer arrangement, SOA RT 102, for quarry products.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards. Gladwell, and any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. LC3, page 81. Roma Quarry and Surat. Council services, microwave services. Welcome. Sorry you're sort of Good, excellent. Could you give us a bit of an overview of this one?
So, the solution we're looking at here is for the corporate service council connection between our office locations. So we're constantly looking at ways to improve the technology and connectivity between our sites. Over the years, we've researched and put in place solutions such as Mitchell. All our other towns at the moment are using their 4G connection as their forest, so using the Telstra 4G network. Although it has great speeds, it's not as reliable because it's a non-commercial connection, not business grade. We can't guarantee speeds, so it's not always there when we need them. So often we're looking for those business grade connections to ensure we've got that. We can provide continuity, connectivity to our offices. So Surat and the Roma Quarry, two sites we've been looking at for a while, especially the Roma Quarry. The Roma Quarry is already a project that has been approved for connectivity under at the start of the year for funding. So we actually reached out to a company, looked around at a few solutions, and reached one particular company. And at the time, when we were just looking at the quarry, the costs were a bit prohibitive. A number of months later on, they did reach out to us again, as they had been engaged by a private company in Surat to implement a wireless link back to Roma via the Surat water tower, which I believe went to council around improving that connection happening to the Surat water tower. So what that has allowed us to do is leverage that cost of already happening by another company and made it more affordable for us to provide a Surat solution that will go all the way to the quarry. So the way the connection works for a microwave, which is another term for wireless link, is it usually goes from tower to tower. The big high point in our region, to try to get back to Roma, is the Grafton range there. So a number of services already have towers there in operation. So what happens is even the connection from Australia, everything would go from our water tower here, from our, it starts at our Surat office, our main office, would go to the water tower. From that water tower, has a couple of hops all the way back to the Grafton Range. From that Grafton Range, would pop back to the Roma water tower and then into our network. That allows us a direct connection all the way from that site. While to the Grafton Range, that also gives us a shot down towards the quarry. And that's the solution we haven't had for a long time. So the quarry at the moment, it's reliant fairly heavily on 3 gig connection. Even with signal boosters, it is very poor connection out there. We've tried satellite in the past, nothing had really been there to work, and even at cost. So this will be the first time providing us a solution, a stable solution for that site, for connectivity, also for phones, etc. So quite exciting to have that option there for us. So, and it's really looking at funding this solution, I suppose, for us is looking at just before. I think we already went through and renewed the contract for Mitchell. So I brought up the Mitchell connectivity for it. That was a 3-year engagement with Nexium that allowed us to have our own wireless link all the way from Mitchell into the Rome office. Give us a direct connection. So not via the internet, just straight back in. It's been great. Over that 3-year contract, we were paying off part of that capital, so it was around $2,900 a month for the ongoing monthly cost and that covered the capital cost of that initial installation. We've finished that 3-year engagement now, so the resolution was to re-engage them under the new agreement, which reduced that to around $850, I think, around that mark per month. So that essentially will be under our existing funding, we will be able to reutilise that money to cover the cost of the Strat and the Rome Quarry connection. And the current project that was set aside for establishing the quarry will cover that capital cost as well. So.
Just got a question. Why does the quarry have to have such a what do they do there that needs
So a couple of key things. One is telecommunications. Because there's hardly any phone service there, we can hardly have a phone line there, so for a while that satellite service, which is not ideal for day-to-day operations, communications. So along with that type of telecommunication, that also impacts how they can take any payments on site. So people go to the quarry and actually purchasing, then they actually do take payment directly on site.
So they're connected to our systems.
Correct.
So just the same systems that we have at the Bungle Street office.
So they have.
They're part of that.
They do business basically, but it's not on care offices.
There are officers directly on site accessing those systems, and those systems sit back. And the reason we often will try to bring those systems back, that allows us then to ensure that they're backed up properly, that handling goes on, it allows us a degree of physical continuity. Often if you neglect it all on that site, so that site's very hard to ensure that they're managing the backup or that they're managing those systems. So that security and support everything a lot easier, and then to come back to that central point.
So for instance, this 102,000, that will be, what will that be used to? Like that's obviously capital cost to set it up, is it?
So on I think on page 84 of the report there. So in the little table there, so the initial capital cost there.
So we're in open there.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, yep.
So that just roughly,
yes, so roughly around 50 is set up that capital. The ongoing cost there then is what's listed on that page 84 then, whether that be covered. There wouldn't be any additional cost to operational, it's just changing our current spending at Mitchell side, we change it straight to the point. We actually will still have some savings there on year on year.
March, if you had much to do with this organisation?
Not council directly. I know they do work with a number of other councils across Queensland. I believe I have, and again, it's been a unique opportunity. Other than the REIT having the infrastructure set up, I have been to other sort of lines on the cost of setting that infrastructure. Come prohibitive. We have looked at pricing for the quarry alone to get wireless connection set up there with the other suppliers that we use in the past, and it's not a viable solution for them to provide us with that. Too expensive for them to get in that venture. So we really are coming with opportunity for the contest and one that has come up.
And are you funding that out of your normal budget, what you're already spending in the past, plus the savings from the?
Correct. So what we've been looking at, the savings from the Mitchell would be enough to cover the ongoing operation. The capital expenditure there, we already have a project cost in there was for the Maranoa quarry, honestly. And so it's around 45. So that should take a good portion of that. So to council, shouldn't be any additional to the existing operation.
Yeah, Councillor Hancock.
Yes, we're happy to move something.
Sure, please go ahead.
I move that Council 1, pursuant to Section 235B of the Local Government Regulation 2012, enter into a 2-year agreement with MarchNet for a microwave point-to-point solution for council operations in Surat and Roma Quarry at a total cost of $102,817, including GST, and 2, delegate the Chief Executive Officer the authority to sign MarchNet service schedule if the final terms are acceptable.
We have a second to Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? Well, I'll speak to this. I think it's a great opportunity if we can improve communications between council sites, and hopefully that will benefit other communities too in the region, because as this was obviously a benefit of someone else doing something, council may benefit from another group of users perhaps in the long term. Anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, moving on to page 100. LC4, offer to purchase land and buildings at 29A Bowen Street and 45 to 47 Hawthorne Street. I'd like to move that council decline the offer received to purchase 29A Bowen Street and 45 to 47 Hawthorne Street, described as Lot 1 on SP 276517. Okay, Councillor Ladbrook is first. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Page 100. Page 108. LC5, COVID-19 rent reprieve, hibernian hall users, east west, 0203. Councillor Carr. Sure.
I, Councillor Wendy Carr, before this meeting that I declare on section 150E
This declarable conflict of interest arises because a person who is a related party of mine has an interest in this matter. The name of the related party is Jodie Noon. The nature of my relationship with the related party is that I have a close personal relationship with her, as she is a family friend. The nature of the related party's interest in this matter is that Jodie Noon has a user agreement with the council for the use of the Hibernian Hall. As a result of my conflict, I will now leave the room while this matter is considered and voted on.
Thank you.
COVID-19 free by banning all users Dance West 03.
Mr. Mick, can I just pick up? Make typo.
Yeah, please go ahead.
30th of November 2020 gone.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to move that, it's on the screen apparently.
No.
Can I have the second option, please, Kel? Or are they both? You've got some wording? You're going to blow up Kel, are you? Thanks. I'd like to move that, that's it there, Kel, isn't it? Acknowledge that count, or when you're ready, yeah. That Council 1, acknowledge the request received from Jodie Moon, Principal Creative Director, Dance West 03, and approve a continued 50% waiver of hire fees for the Hibernian Hall backdated to 22nd of September 2020 for a period of 5 months, in brackets, higher rate will be $7.18 per hour. And 2, approve the request for a 50% reduction on the outstanding invoices to hire the Hibernian Hall in February and March 2020. 3, request Dance West pay the balance of the outstanding invoice by 31st of December 2020. We have a seconder. Councillor Ladle. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
Mr. Mayor, I just have a question.
Sure.
To pay the remainder bill by December 31st December 2020. Bearing in mind what's today's the 9th, when will the letter get to her in time and they give her adequate time to pay that? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to direct.
So the date we had it, Councillor McConnell picked up the other date and it was mail was laid on the table. They went to the Surat meeting, laid on the table, it didn't go to the last one, so we laid it on the table. So that date, I could, I'll let go on that date, but you certainly may not be able to.
Yeah,
Well, why don't we push it back on
January.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, too. Council's office open should be paid, and there are no offices operating.
Yes, I'm happy to make it at the end of January. So what's the last month in January?
31st January.
The end of the month.
Oh, I was thinking at that end of that week.
Oh.
31st.
But is there a way that we can get this out quicker, CEO, to make the yeah, just so that, you know, maybe people like to tidy it all up.
Just have a look at the area.
Right.
Maybe the 29th, which is the Friday, January.
It's the 3rd, which January? Moving forward.
January 21.
Oh, sorry.
31st is a Sunday.
I'm going backwards.
Where are you?
Okay. Is any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? I'll certainly speak to it. I'd just like to thank Dance West and Jodie Noon for everything she's doing in the community. It's extremely difficult to have some of the arts represented in the Maranoa, so
anyone fulfilling that void, for parents that travel literally hundreds of kilometres to take their children to learn some of the arts. I think, as we do in council, we should be supporting these businesses and the people that are passionate about it. Okay, if anyone else wishes to speak, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. LC6, Country University Centre, Maranoa.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Cameron O'Neill informed the meeting that I have prescribed conflict of interest in agenda item LC4, Country University Centre, Maranoa, as a result of my role as Chair and Non-Executive Director of CUC, which is Country University Centre, Maranoa Limited. As a result of my conflict of interest, I will leave the meeting room while the matter is considered and voted on.
Councillor O'Neill, do you need to keep saying that, or is there rules that we don't have to say it after you've said it, or? I don't know.
I thought one should be clear.
One should be clear, like with the new rules. Did you hear anything on that, CEO, or is that you? Well, you have to leave the room, but
I thought we discussed
Well,
it before.
I'll leave you anyway.
yeah.
And we can just, it's not necessary, but we've been adding a note because the person on the street doesn't understand that.
Yeah.
So we just include a note in the minutes as well, just for transparency. It's not legislatively required, but I think it's helpful to the reader.
Okay, item LC6, Country University Centre, Maranoa. I'd like to move that council enter in negotiations with Country University Centre, Maranoa Limited to lease the...
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we've had correspondence, have you, that might change the resolution? So,
Yeah.
So do you want to go into closed?
I was just told about it. Does anyone have any questions about that?
my only, and sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're right, go ahead.
I just wasn't sure. My only question was, that in the letter that we've been handed, physical, number 5 is not crossed out, but in the one that was emailed, number 5 is crossed out. So I'm just wondering if that, what go is there, and I don't know where to go, let's go and do that, but through you, Mr. Manager, Director, or did you want? So this has been crossed out, show you. So I think I just didn't know if that was
Sure.
okay.
Has anybody got any questions you need to go and closed about?
Sorry.
Sorry, Councillor, just discussing the amounts. Obviously, this report was laid on the table. There was the annual amount proposed for the payment. The group has suggested in years 2 and year 3, once they actually get established, they can afford to pay a little bit more. So the resolution committee reflect that.
And also too, I just note that the date that we have in our resolution here is different to the date that they requested on the correspondence. The date of the correspondence is the 14th for access.
14th of this month.
Yep. So just some
yeah.
flagging that as well, that that's a bit of a change.
So the page 2 of the letter, 1 annual rent rate, and then 2 commencement date of the rent, I assume that's read 4th of January, and then 3 the ability of our contractors on site from the 14th of December. So
That's what we're
access,
referring to.
14th of December rent to start.
Yeah.
Yes.
And sorry, my last thing, Mr. Mayor, just because I
Please go
want
ahead.
to make sure we have all the information we need in the resolution. And you might already go do this, but also number 6, that the conference training room be available for continued community use, and its booking and coordination be undertaken by CEC Maranoa. I think that's very important to have in the resolution as well, Mr. Mayor.
So, can we put that in up there too, please?
The conference/training room be available for continued community use. And its booking and coordination to be undertaken by CEC Maranoa. And I'm done. Thanks.
Council, so that first dot point there, annual rental of 14,000. We add there that first year, and 20,000 per year for years 2 and 3. And $20,000 per year, per annum, for years 2 and 3.
Yeah, okay.
So, Council, I did discuss with CEC about the renewal, the 3-year renewal option. So that they said the funding is only for 3 anyway. So.
Okay, well, I'll start again. The council entered into negotiations with Country University Centre Maranoa Limited to lease the front section of the Roma Community Hub for a period of 3 years on the following basis: an annual rental of not more than $14,000 for the first year and $20,000 per annum for years 2 and 3. Outgoings in addition to the rent, capital improvements in agreement with council at lessee's expense. The conference/training room be available for continued community use, and its booking and coordination to be undertaken by CUC Maranoa. And note the target access date 14th of December 2020 to commence fit out. And the last point that I'd like to put in the resolution is that this is a short-term lease opportunity for CUC Maranoa to start operating.
Mr. Mayor, I may have missed it, but did you read out a further option, 3 years upon renewal?
No.
So you're leaving that, yeah? That's right.
Just a last dot point. council, we normally do put in those leases and authorise the CEO or delegate to sign.
Yeah.
Enter into negotiations and sign the lease. Just that last document.
Yeah.
Probably the last document.
So do we think we need anything else in there to say to CUC so they can go out and we need to say it in a different way, so they've got 3 years and they can be looking.
Encourage the entity to explore options post in preparation for the conclusion of the 3 year period.
Yeah, so Kel, can we bring that down to the bottom under this is a short-term lease opportunity, please? And I think we should have CUC Maranoa start operating in the Maranoa. Just up after operating in the Maranoa.
Well, it's CUC, but it can't be
Right, well, we'll leave it on there.
maybe to you could encouraging the entity to explore options in preparation period beyond the 3 year.
Maybe so I'd say start operating once they commence.
Sorry, was there something else? The council encourages the entity. Council encourages. Just need to confront it encourages. However, council encourages, maybe.
Yeah.
Council encourages the entity to explore options, alternative accommodation options. Beyond the initial 3 years, or something to that effect. So I do have another question, and I don't know if we'll have to go into close to answer it, but with taking out number 5 in the correspondence, does that mean that the alterations won't be going ahead as any major alterations?
There'll be some alterations, but I think that they've also said they needed access by the 14th of December for fit out, so there'll be some fit out work required.
I'll be CCTV, all that audio visual equipment.
Any structural?
Yeah, well, there'll have to be a couple of doors to separate off the staff amenities around. Definitely do that. But I just think that the council has captured that in that cabinet improvements in agreement with the council.
Okay,
so
yeah,
we have to
perfect.
negotiate that, so it's got to be an agreement as well.
Yep, thank you.
Could I just make a couple of suggestions that the council, through the chief executive officer or delegate, enter into negotiations as we've got there for a period of 3 years. That becomes one. That one council 2 is that authorise the CEO to sign the lease documentation. Yeah, that last dot point L isn't needed then. And then those dot points become part of one.
And then do we make the targeted 3 and this is short term 4? Or did you just note that?
So are we saying that we're going to allow them access prior to the signing of the lease? Which is
If they've asked for access to
that probably then needs to come up into the resolution. It's quite unusual particularly when there's structural change.
No structural changes. There's no structural changes. So what I mean by structural, like knocking walls down and everything like that, it's just a couple of the toilet to be structural change.
It says 14th is to engage in building assessments.
Like, I think, going to actually start fitting out before the lease is signed.
I need to open on the 1st of March. It's just a month. So I need to have that work done by then. So I guess that gives time, but yeah, the lease starts on the 4th of January.
4th of January.
Definitely gives them time.
But can you take them through there anyway to have a look? So you can do that anyway.
We've done that. All that's been done.
But what about for the contractors? What I mean is if they're just going in and having a look, or they're actually starting to do it, because it sounds like they're doing assessments.
Yeah, the ability to allow contractors on site from the 14th.
Expect that doing assessments.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr Mayor, it will probably be covered in line of an incident recently, the contractor will be given some sort of leave or advice if there's any issues that they have to be aware of in the building. Most probably they won't, assuming they'll probably be able to know.
So really, we probably shouldn't have that approved target date, we should just say, basically sign the agreement, then they can have access. So, wouldn't you allow that to go on the assessments in there?
I don't think it's the access issue, Mr. Mayor, because we currently allow public there. So it's more to commence fit out before the lease is signed. That's the bit that I'm asking about.
But Council Hancock read that they were just doing assessments.
So that's not what that says.
No, that's what I'm saying. Maybe we need to.
They want to do their fit outs as of before, don't they?
Well, I think if Council Hancock's read that you're actually just doing assessments.
To allow contractors on site from the 14th of December to engage in building assessments.
We'll use those words.
Yeah.
Rather than to commence fit out.
Yeah, I think so.
To allow, or just allow?
approve the, access date, just take out targeted.
Well, wouldn't even be access, it's just allow contractors on site from the 14th of December to engage in building assessments.
Approve the contract of access date for this to prepare activities for the outside, which will commence following the sign of the lease.
I think just use what you had, councillor.
Allow contractors on site. From the 14th of December, from 14th December, to engage in building assessments. To engage in building assessments.
Do we need to have in the motion, date happy for them to sign the lease, or that's just common sense?
I think it would be in both parties' interests.
I think so. If you want to sign that.
Any notice issues for people?
There's two tenants there, there's March and May. Currently not in one, because we have 8 months, but that's still
yeah, just as long as we whatever notice provisions.
Yeah, and it's they would have to remain there until such times as their lease expires.
Do we need to advise them of that? Because if we can't have the two leases happening.
So why don't we offer them an opportunity to vacate or to give up their lease? That's what I'm asking.
So are you authorising the CEO to sign the lease documentation subject to
existing
relevant negotiations with the existing lessees?
They see that.
Well, if they put it up,
They'll see that. Get the hint that they might be asked to move on.
But also, CEO, does this give you the flexibility if you have to keep your lease in there till May or something, so have a date to one give you enough flexibility to work with that?
I just don't think we want to have two people having a lease over a spot. It's a bit contradictory. I think we need to sort one out and then enter into.
Which would be the ultimate.
So authorise the CEO to sign the lease documentation. No, leave the first, the point that we're talking about is point 2. The first bit was just entering into negotiations. No, sorry, Cal, can you just wind back to how it was? Yeah, that's on the following basis. And then 2, authorise the CEO to sign, point 2. Authorise the CEO to sign the lease documentation, subject to negotiations with the existing lessees. So if they know they're interested in not using it, which is right.
much.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Your question was, sorry.
So what
What was Councillor question?
were there any options on the lake? It's just, at least, so then March would be an option to renew.
Subject to negotiation with existing lessees.
Right. No other questions, no other comments? Right, I'll say it again. Number one, through the Chief Executive Officer or delegate entering negotiation with Country University Centre Maranoa to lease the front section of the Rome Community Hub for a period of 3 years on the following basis. An annual rental of not more than $14,000 for the first year and $20,000 per annum for years 2 and 3. Outgoings in addition to the rent. Capital improvements in agreement with council at lessee's expense. The conference training room, we should have it there, training room, to be available for continued community use, and its booking and coordination be undertaken by CUC Maranoa. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to sign the lease documentation subject to negotiation with existing leases. 3, confirmation confirms this is a short-term lease opportunity for CUC Maranoa to start operating. However, Council encourages the entity to explore alternative accommodation options for the period beyond the initial 3 years. 4, allow contractors on site from 14th of December 2020 to engage in building assessments.
Just to get clarity, the bit that says capital improvements in agreement with council at lessee's expense, is that capital improvements with the prior agreement to the council? So if they undertake a series of capital that you would like prior approval each time?
I'd like to see it's in line with what we've been agreed. And we've got a clear set of what they want to do.
The intent of the motion was that they do not undertake anything that we don't. It's all about that improvement.
Yeah, I think it's probably relevant to say capital improvements with the prior agreement with council.
So is that at an officer level, so we don't have a meeting over?
Well,
give enough direction from
prior agreement of council.
Do councillors have enough information that we've talked about what the capital improvements are that we're authorising? So previously agreed capital improvements, or what do we, how do we say this, we don't forget it back?
Previously presented.
Previously presented.
We've been presented.
So if there happens to be something else later down the track, do you want that to come back?
Yeah, I think it's major, yeah. It's major,
Change of the toilet area.
Maybe
technical stuff.
So if it's a difference between 12 security cameras to 14, that's not something that's stuff, you know what I mean, like it's...
So that, there hasn't been a report given to council that explains exactly what they're
But the discussion will obviously installing a door to segregate them from our operations at the back. The other was their front office there being turned into a kitchenette, so they separate from the kitchen. They'll be two major changing key codes, one entrance and
converted to another
doing it is authorise the CEO to sign the lease documentation subject to negotiations with the existing lessees, and any variations, through informal discussions.
Because it could be an email.
Yeah, which would give me the authority to sign, but I naturally would consult the councillors following informal consultation with councillors.
I'm happy with that. Okay, we better get going. And we have a seconder. Yeah, Councillor Hancock, if we haven't got one up there. Yeah, Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
Consultation. Following informal consultation.
So when we've got up there, capital improvements with prior agreement of council and leasing expense, we need that now. Take that out, just add it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just foreshadowing what happens in 12 months' time. They want to do something more substantial. Like it's not.
Oh, you want it for that, right? Like, not for these original ones.
No.
Right, yeah, that's fine.
So what, because they're only there for 3 years.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Council doesn't want to inherit something that you're not comfortable with in 3 years' time, because you're going to have to undo that. So this is just some protection in there for council and making sure that anything that they do structurally, that has the prior approval of council.
But that's not to do with this initial stuff. You've covered that with the way you said.
Correct.
No, that's fine. Okay. No one wishes to speak.
Or you could say the prior approval of council's representative at less than 6 months. I think that's what the prior agreement of council's representative, which is had approved.
Yes, the second happy with that. Righto, no one else wish to speak. Let's go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. And we might get Councillor O'Neill back if we can. We might deal with, I believe it is LC8 next. Do we have to move that if we change the...
We're going to leave LC7, mate.
Yeah, just because we've got an officer that's got to leave to go back. And, so we're happy to accommodate that.
And we might have to go into class, Mr. Mayor, because we've got to add to the report.
Right. Well, first let's change Councillor O'Neill, just because we've had a request to go to LC8 next, so I move that LC8 be dealt with next in the agenda. We have a seconder, Councillor McMullen. All those in favour? 8-0, 9-0. Okay, so we've shifted that now to some of our wording to go into closed. Councillor Burke.
In accordance with the provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 of Local Government, may resolve the closed meeting to the public to discuss confidential items that is councillors or members of consider necessary to close the meeting.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
No, sorry, I need to include
Here, you've got to include the reason. It's for this money for the
Right. Policy 8 2021 Australia Awards. The agenda items table recommendations.
and the reason, was it the reason?
You want me to say?
Yeah.
The reason is that's the agenda.
The reason is the agenda items table recommendations.
Also.
No, sorry, in the middle column.
I thought we said that there. 254K 3I, a matter the local government is required to keep confidential under law or of or formal arrangement with the Commonwealth of State.
Can I just ask before we vote on that, is there any other things enclosed that we could wrap up or that completely separate? Like for instance, used to be C1 to do with the contract for Sarap. any others that any councillors want?
Well, LC7.
LC7. And there's that used to be C1. Has anyone got that there? It's a separate report. Can we put that number in C1?
So it's just that we're going to close to deal with all the leftover.
Yeah, so we have to give the numbers.
Yeah, so exactly what Councillor Burke just did then.
So
We need the rest.
Righto. Kel, what's that number for that telecommunications at Surat? C1. Oh, we've got another C.
The LC11.
Okay, do you want us to continue reading them? Because it's just one motion.
Can't we just have 3 or 4 numbers and you've read it for all?
Yeah, that's what.
Wait, what's the
11?
the introduction, but we need to read out the section of the table that has the overview for the item.
So, this is the latest one, yeah, as of 10:04 AM, that's right. So we'll do that C4, legal advice for councillors, 254J3E, legal advice obtained by local government or legal proceedings involving local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against local government. The agenda item tables are proposals for council to seek legal advice. What was the other?
And the overview.
Councillor Burke just read both of them.
Yeah. And what was the other?
Kel, do you have a new number for that?
LC11.
LC11. That's the communications officer, right?
Strat Digital Connectivity, LC11 project, sorry, 254J3I, no matter the local government is required to keep confidential under a law of or formal arrangement with the Commonwealth State. The agenda item tables 2 contracts, namely deed of conveyance to Enterprise Works Agreement for the Strat Digital Connectivity project, as seeks council consideration to execute these contracts. We've got another.
Yeah, LC.
We did the 8.
We haven't done LC7.
LC7, acceptance contribution of donation from a resident. 254J3E, legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government. The report tables correspondence received from a commercial ratepayer. So we'll do LC8 as well. Do I do that first?
You did LCA first.
Is that all?
Yeah.
And I would add C4.
C4?
C4.
You did.
Yeah, I did that one. I did that one.
The reason for changing the order was to help officer get away. If we're going to go through all these, the officer won't get away to go home. We need to deal with the officer, the particular.
I think I did that one first, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but I thought the way we're doing now was to do the whole lot in one more play.
Yeah, but Councillor McMullen, if we ask all the questions of the officer, then the officer can go.
Yes.
And we can do the other.
Oh, okay, you don't get off, fair enough, don't get off at the end of the
decision. So, okay, so we have a move, do we have a second for all of that? Councillor Edwards, any opposition, is there anyone wishing to speak? Yes.
Yeah, before we go into close,
What about the declaration?
those of interest, yeah.
we can't do it in close.
And then go back in.
So, what's it, 1, 2, 3.
I've already moved mine, so.
So that's done.
And I'll move on, so.
You've got another one.
One that says 7.
If we put that on the list, have we?
Yes.
Right.
So you two are going to do your.
Right, okay, have you got that word in there, see that?
Oh. Excuse me,
Councillor Edwards. Yeah, Councillor Edwards.
You need to be silent about that. What in the world?
We're in open, we'll do the
please go ahead.
It was informed the meeting that I have a clerical conflict of interest in item LC7.
Yeah.
LC7, heading acceptance of contribution or donation from resident, as defined in section 150E and of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I placed my oranges for sale outside the store. Mentioned in the report, go to the store. I wish to participate. As a result of my conflict of interest, I will leave the meeting room while the matter is considered and voted on.
Right. So we don't have to go in with that one. Then I'll add one in a minute.
We've got next question.
Well, I can probably just go off here.
Well,
Okay, thank you. Councillors, I'd like to declare a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item LC7, as the report is in relation to my mother and the commercial building that my business rents and pays outgoings on. As a result of my conflict of interest, I will now leave the meeting room while the matter is considered and voted on.
You may not do it now, but like do it at the appropriate time.
Well, okay, yeah, I'll now leave
at the appropriate time.
I will leave the meeting at the appropriate time.
Yeah, leave the meeting at the appropriate time when the matter is discussed. And discussed and voted on, and also in closed. Right. Oh yeah, not voted on. Okay. You want to just clarify that?
He's still here.
Yeah, I know. Just clarify that, Councillor Edwards, and you'll be leaving.
I'd just like to clarify that as a result of my conflict of interest, I will leave the meeting room at the appropriate time while the matter is considered and voted on.
Thank you. Right, now we can do the
Just in relation to LC8, I raised this yesterday about councillors being provided with the list of all of the nominees.
So, sorry, we're not in closed.
That's fine,
right.
I'm not going to say anything, I
Okay, just checking.
and I raised that so that councillors had the full breadth of information to determine whether they had their own conflicts or not, and that we just haven't got that yet. So I wonder, would it be possible to adjourn the meeting while we have that circulated to councillors?
Well, I'm happy to adjourn anyway. We'll adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes, okay? Thank you. We're having conflicts, Councillor.
Well, as a matter of fact, I, Councillor John Burke, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest. Item LC8, 2021 Australia Day Awards, as defined in section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I have a family member associated with one of the awards. I will, as a result of my conflict of interest, I will now leave the meeting room while the matter is considered and voted on.
Is it one of the award nominations?
Nominations, sorry. One of the award, Australia Award nominations.
And is that when it's brought up, you'll leave the room?
I thought we were doing it.
No, but just,
at the appropriate time. I'll leave the room at the appropriate time.
okay, do we have any other conflicts?
Councillor Jeff McMullen informed the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest and LCA 2021 Australia Day Awards. Must have been wrong when the birthday is. LCA. Oh. LCA, section 254J, 3(1), a matter of the local government of the private.
Councillor McMullen, if you just follow the script from here.
As a result of my conflict of interest, I will now leave the meeting room while the matter is considered and voted on at the appropriate time.
What is the conflict? You missed that.
Relation to a family member has been nominated for the.
You could use Councillor Burgess.
I think you've covered it though.
Yeah. What threw me off was Councillor Burgess under the Act 25 something.
I was just reading off them.
Yeah, okay, I Jeff McMullen, Councillor Jeff McMullen, inform the meeting of a declarable conflict of interest in LCA 2021 Australia Day Awards. The conflict arises, I have a family member associated with one of the award nominations. As a result, I will leave the room at the appropriate time.
Okay. Right, now, do we have a motion to, we had a motion to close, didn't we? We hadn't actually done it.
Correct.
Correct.
We have a seconder for that motion.
I think we did.
Yes, Councillor Edwards.
Okay. So, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote and move it into close. All those in favour, 9-0. You want to do that, what's that one you want to do?
C4.
So that's we leave again.
Yeah.
And do it now.
C4.
Okay, we've declared already, haven't we, today, this one? So we'll just leave the meeting.
Not really. I've got all 16% on.
Okay, councillors, we've lost Councillor Burke.
Thank you. Remember, he said he had to go fast. I must have been interrupted. So
Who would care?
Yep.
All right, councillor, C4, do we have a resolution? Someone like to move a resolution?
I'm happy to when I eventually find it.
That's on the
Councillor Guthrie, it's on the screen.
Yeah, but I can't, I'm blind, so I just want to see. Okay, I'd like to move, number one, the council engage Hopwood Gaynor to assist councillors with scope A. Number two, the engagement be made in accordance with section 234 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 and Local by Contract BUS 261-1116. Number three, authorise the Deputy CEO or delegate to enter into final negotiations with Hopwood Gaynor and raise a purchase order if the final terms are acceptable. And number four, assign expenditure to General Ledger 02506.2094.
We have a seconder, councillor Taylor. Thanks. Does the member wish to speak?
No, I just think that this is a legible and a progressive way to go.
Does any councillor wish to speak against? Any councillors wish to speak at all? I'll put the resolution. All those in favour? And against? That's carried.
Put that on the way.
Councillor
Councillor Nina.
Yeah. Where are we up to?
Would it be LC7?
Would be 124 in pink.
Could be anything.
Okay. So, conflict of mayor. License, general
Chair.
LC7.
I'll just remove myself from LC7 and I've done the declaration already.
Yeah.
Thicker one.
Oh, that should make my head.
Councillor Edwards is over two.
LC7, the Mayor and Councillor Edwards have left the room. LC7, acceptance of contribution or donation from resident. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor Hancock,
That council respectfully declines the offer.
have a seconder, please. Councillor Ladwell, is there any opposition to the motion? Anyone wish to speak for or against the motion? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? 7-0. No others. The mayor's got to be afterwards.
They're all a bit messy.
Councillor McMullen, LC8 is next,
So you're out.
which you and Councillor Burton would be.
Oh, okay.
Leaving the room.
Oh, I know. very excited. Last meeting, got it sorted.
Thank you. Let's see, page number, please.
133.
LCA 2020, sorry, start again, 2021 Australian Day Awards. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that council accept the recommendation from the awards assessment panel for the 2021 Australia Day Award recipients for the Maranoa region.
We have a seconder, Councillor Taylor. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to debate. All those in favour? 7-0. What's next, please?
I'll see
LC9. And 138.
LC9, page 139. LC9, page 139. Request to enter into an arrangement with a commercial operator. Do we have a mover? I'd like to move that we enter into negotiations with the applicant for a licence permitting the use of lot 241 on WAL 53170 for a period of 6 months for the purpose of storing and shredding end-of-life tyres. And number 2, approval of the licence be subject to the licensee removing all end-of-life tyres and shredding material from lot 241 on WAL 53170 upon expiry of the agreed licence period, what it should be. And 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to endorse the licence and any documents associated with the licence approval. So the only other thing that I'd like to put in there is, instead of for a period of 6 months, how can we put in there that it's 6 months and then month to month till we make a decision?
I call it push out, I'll bring it back after that. Because once you start going to 16, when you get to extended time, you really need to be going to 10 now and opening up to everybody. I think we're keeping it short. And because he is actually going to finish off the actual, the regional stuff as well. That's why we've because we're still doing that joint program with all the councils anyway. We said he's going to take, he said, 4 months to complete it. We've said 60 with a bit of extra time. He's going to do some work for us in terms of our greenways. And it'll take 6 months to do that anyway. And then beyond that, we'll probably need to go to tender. You know, if we get that way, and it's, I'll hope we have the next couple of months on that, otherwise I'll start tendering in. We can always extend later on, but I'd rather at this stage keep it short.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was already had in plans to ask a similar question, but my question was going to be, can we review how it's going after 4 months? Because I'd hate to leave, because if this chap sets up and he rents a shed, and then he's going to rent sheds obviously, but we, in 4 months, we can maybe have a look at how we're going with that other block you're referring to, or if, like, go out to tender for something then, rather than leave at the end of the 6 months and then say, oh,
yeah, look, it's a 3 year time. I'd just say within these 4 months, the other one hasn't resolved itself by then, and this other site he's working at the moment is working more than that one there we can do. So let's give him a chance to trial option B, which is where he's going. I think it's any wrong you start to really sort of,
Well, what about if we set in point 1 for at least 6 months? And that means it's up to the officers to bring it back, but what I'm saying is everything seems to take a bit longer than it needs, and I understand we have to put out the tender if it's long term, but it just gives a bit of flexibility.
Mr. Mayor, in my opinion, we need to put something in there, I believe, my suggestion is review it after 4 months to give that company some confidence that they can look at it. At this way it is now, comes, he doesn't know what's going to happen at the end of 6 months. You know? If we just say something, review it, but I don't know how you word, review it after 4 months to
look at options.
Look at options to at least go to tender, or not, whichever box. Yeah.
The request I got was permission to use that block for 4 months.
Yeah.
I said I'll give you 6. So the request that came in was for that period for 4-month trial. He's looking for a longer term one. We can be doing that thing now, a longer term one, but I was just dealing with the request at hand, which was can we use that site for 4 months to finish that project?
So what you're saying, Director Rob, we'll be negotiating already.
And what we're starting that process.
Well, sorry?
We've already started that process with the series management state development.
But you made some comments about the other paddock, doesn't sound.
It could be 3 months, it could be 12 months.
Yeah,
but in the meantime, we've got a lot of land in there. Obviously, some parts a bit more better suited than others, but we'll certainly work within there. For a long term one, we'd have to tender it. It's a process we're going to go through. So yes.
No, yeah, that's what I just trying to give some.
Yeah, no, in this instance here, I have no problem with the 6 months there because we've had to go through the tender process because he is finishing off the project for us at the moment, and he's also doing it ready for our greenway, so there's no more to that process, so there's no issue there.
So I'd like to put in one, and I take what you're saying, so we'll get it back, but I'd like to put in there.
Yeah. So maybe so the council, you have got point 4 that a report will be brought back to council on the long term viability.
About 4 months or something like that.
Yeah, further to be brought back for a long term.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't mind putting in one for at least 6 months, so just put at least, and I know that we can't do it long term without going to tender. Yes. But if it's an extra month, then we're stuck, we don't have to, you know, for at least 6 months, so it is saying 6 months, but, you know, just say, and a report we brought back to a council meeting, do you want to put it 4 months in there, or you just bring it back?
Sorry?
I think we've used in the past to bring it back to upcoming council.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know, I think January's going to be fairly swamped. We really won't know much about January, but certainly February, we'll know where we're going.
And I guess, through you, Mr Mayor, Director Rob, this gets approved, is there a time when he wants to move in? When's he going to start? Like February, March, or January, February, or?
Yeah, so through you, Mr Mayor, he didn't actually indicate a date, but the impression of offers as soon as possible. He certainly will be on site in the next week or two to do our green waste, our pallets, sorry. We've all those pallets of chips, so
My understanding is this is the hinge point for him to go further with the other sheds, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. So I understand through you, Mr Mayor, that he wants to get started pretty soon because he has got commitments with some of those other councils to get out and about, and to finish there. But I know we've just engaged him to do the pallets and chip all them up too, so he'll be on site for that anyway. So yeah, pretty soon I think he was doing that.
We have a second on this?
Oh, second.
Councillor
What do we end up with? Sorry?
4.
Yeah, thanks.
And do we have anyone who wishes to speak? Any opposition? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Righto.
Just fix the typo in licensing.
Number 10, page 146.
LC 10.
LC 10, amendment to 2020-2021 Capital Works Program floodways and approval to award quotation. We have a mover. Councillor Burke.
Do I have to read the data?
This is enclosed, so yes.
I move that Council 1 approve budget allocation amendments to the 2020-21 Capital Works floodway project as follows. Work order number 22324, Dilliquey Road floodway change 26.82 kilometres. Amendment change $50,000, revised budget allocation $115,000. 22353 Cottage Creek floodway minus 500, revised budget allocation $64,500. 22354 floodway location to be confirmed, minus 65,000. 22355 floodway location to be confirmed, minus 19,500 and 45,500 revised budget allocation. 22350 Vinda Access Road floodway, 41,000 and the revised budget 106,000. 22331 Bolland Road floodway change to 84.70 kilometres. Amendment change minus 6,000 to revised budget 59,000 and a total revised budget of 390,000. 2 engage Sophicon Proprietary Limited to complete construction of 3 concrete floodways for a quoted value of $259,466.14, excluding GST, with a GST of $25,946.61 and a total value of $285,512.75. 3, continue to work with Queensland Reconstruction Authority regarding these projects with the view of securing flood restoration funding to complement the works.
Okay, we have a seconder. Was that you, Councillor Guthrie?
It was.
Okay, yeah. So I think Councillor Guthrie is into it. She did sort of nod.
Yeah, that's right. I'm pushing.
Yeah. So we've got a mover and a second. Does anyone wish to speak to it? Any opposition? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
13.1.
13. Is that the communication?
LC11.
LC11.
LC11 next.
That's the last one, LC11.
I'm not. Well, this one is communication one.
Where are we going?
Correct.
C11. Okay.
Is it C11 or LC11?
LC11.
LC11. Item LC11, Surat Digital Connectivity Project Execution of Contracts. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I move that Council 1 resolves pursuant to section 235B of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to enter into a contractual arrangement with Telstra Corporation Limited due to the specialised nature of the service, that is, telecommunication service, required for this project and provided by the supplier. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to sign the required documents for the Surat Digital Connectivity Project, including the Deed of Covenant and Enterprise Works Agreement on behalf of Maranoa Regional Council.
We have a seconder, Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
I do think so, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hancock.
Mr. Mayor, this is such an exciting project for the Surat community where 4G phone and data coverage will be for the entire town, which will cause some of our communication problems across our town, noting our hospital at the moment struggles with our communication coverage. So this is a very exciting project, and I would actually just like to thank the all officers involved from the beginning of this project through to now for the work they have done to bring this forward for the Surat community. So thank you very much to the team.
And I'd also like to speak on it too. I'd like to also thank the Surat community and Surat SDDA for pushing this and requesting a public meeting where so many people in the community said they couldn't even make a phone call inside their house in town, and they were frustrated with the lack of service. So all I can say, it pays to have a public meeting occasionally, because this is a very good result for the community of Surat, and I expect that they will be mind-blowing experience when this first-class tower gets up in the community of Surat in district. Okay, anyone else wishing to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Is there any further business, councillors?
13.1.
13.1.
You might tell me to bring down 9.
No, I don't think so.
Is it in the open?
The original open. We got an email saying.
Oh, yeah.
And there was an email today.
What, 110 is it?
Yes.
Councillor, there would be a advice circulated this morning. The question was asked about whether could limit the number of campaign crushes a year. Chris Tickler did call the applicant and discuss it with him. And said, well, I couldn't get away with any less than 14, so he was agreeable to that. So Chris did have a discussion with the applicant, and they said, look, 14 a week long would be acceptable.
Right. So, did I move that?
Yeah, did.
So I'm happy to include that, and I'll just read that as a condition. So we'll just say,
As per the conditions, listed, additional condition.
okay, as per the conditions read and numbered, with the additional condition, if I can go back to that one, please. Crushing and screening is restricted to a total period of 14 weeks, 98 days over any 12-month period, and cannot occur for any longer than 10 consecutive days, excluding Sunday and public holidays. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion?
I just have a question.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't understand, through you to Deputy Rob, the days of crushing, what's the issue of, just having the 14 weeks crushing? What's the issue?
There was actually a question made by the mayor this morning, councillor.
I'm happy to explain that, Councillor Ladbroke. So what I'm concerned about is that, as you know, with other planning issues that we have, once we decide this will be something that will be in forever. And as you know, that there is a lot of small blocks around Wallumbilla, and I expect with the correct amount of settings that we're going to grow, and there could be a house on each one of those individual blocks.
That makes a lot of noise and a lot of dust.
Yes, and what it does, we sort of went the other way and said, what do you need as an operator to be able to function? And there was complaints made or things about the length of crushing is not cost effective if you limit the hours too much. Whereas what this would mean, if this is supported, is that the amount of days in a year they will have to put up with that dust and the noise will be to that. Otherwise, it could be someone in the future buys an asset and just goes 24/7. Not that, but like a whole year. So it's actually sort of hoping to give what the business needs, but also protects the community. Councillor Henkel.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. So what we're saying is that cannot occur being longer than 10 consecutive days, excluding Sundays and public holidays. But I thought somewhere up in the resolution we're saying that they can't do it on a Saturday and a Sunday.
Well, this is actually changing that because the submitter, I think, has asked to be able to start earlier on a Saturday because the cost of the machines to be brought in to do that. So basically, this is allowing the operator to hopefully have a viable business as well as giving some respite to the community, Because we've got to not just think about now, but in 10 years' time, and 20 years, and different owners, and all the rest of it. So this is going the other way, and it was brought up, and this is why it's back here, because the submitter wants to oppose the fact that they can't crush for long enough. So this is a change if this gets up. There's more hours, correct? Yeah.
It took out the Sundays or public holidays, but the change is, I think initially we had it in there with Saturdays, and then the extra condition we put in that couldn't do a Saturday, and then come back and said, look, we respect the Sunday, and the hours are shortened up, we've got Saturdays 6 till 6 as well as weekdays.
I can see that here.
And it raises this point, well, can we limit the number of crushes in the year? A phone call with mate, and then they said, look, we need at least 14 campaigns.
Okay, we have a second for that motion.
So we're clear, just there for you, in the brackets excluding Sundays and public holidays. Prior to this, says it cannot occur for any longer than 10 consecutive days.
Well, that's what I was
So
actually.
if you exclude Sunday, it's not consecutive. So they will never be able to do any more than 6.
6 days.
Well, they are consecutive if you remove the Saturday and Sunday, because you're going Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, so the Friday and the Monday becomes consecutive because you're excluding the Saturday and Sunday.
By definition, that's not consecutive.
This was preset, isn't it?
Well, how else do you say it? But it's consecutive means following on from,
Well, it
and you're
doesn't follow.
excluding the two.
We excluded and then.
We've got exclusions.
So council, can I suggest maybe that it just be that no longer than 10 consecutive working days?
It's the same as school when a kid does 100%. They don't count weekends.
It's consecutive working days.
Yeah, I'm happy to put that in working days. We have a second for that motion. Councillor Ladbrokes. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 8-1 if I'm talking. Is there any other business council 16.1? 16.
It's a gift to keep.
The right at the end,
16.1, proposed park to honour Queensland Rugby League captains. Was there a mover on this one?
You.
I did, and no seconder. So has everyone got the correspondence now that they didn't get it earlier?
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a seconder for this motion?
what did we get from
Councillor Edwards. Just wait for Councillor McMullen now, but you've seen it, Councillor McMullen.
I have seen it again.
Brittany, today.
Yeah, I've seen it.
You've seen it, so everyone's seen it? Okay, do we have any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Is there any further business, council?
Who was it, the mayor and Mark?
Well, I'll close the meeting at 6:07.